ninth meeting of the ASU Senate to order. And we'll start with introductions, starting with Senate Seat 1.
Hey guys, I'm Xander, PFC Senate Seat 1.
Hi Yuki, I'm Marisol, I'm PFC Senate Seat 2 and PFC Chair.
Hi guys, my name is Jess Fisher. I use any and all pronouns. I'm PFC Senate Seat 3.
My name is Vivian O'Neill, PFC Senate Seat 4.
I'm Logan Taylor, Senate Seat 5, CFC.
Piper Smith, Senate Seat 6, CFC, and I use she, her pronouns.
Hey guys, I'm Bella Hopper A. I use she, her pronouns. I'm PFC Senate Seat 9.
Hi, I'm Olivia Heffernan. I use she, her pronouns. I'm PFC Senate Seat 10.
Hi, my name is Yvette Amundia. I use she, her pronouns. Senate Seat 11.
Hi, my name is Zoe Jenkins Hiscox. I use she, her pronouns. I'm Senate Seat 12.
Hello, my name is Tyler Chisholm. My pronouns are she, hers, and I'm Senate Seat 13.
Hello, everyone. I'm Cole Stevenson. I am Senate Seat 15, and I'm also the Academic Committee Chair. I use he, him pronouns.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rachel Withers. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm Academic Seat 6.
Hi, my name is Robin Bailey. I use he, him pronouns. I'm Senate Seat 18, representing School Trades and Communications.
Hi everyone, I'm Kayla Fisher. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm Seat 22.
Hi, I'm Sarah Westbury. I use she, her pronouns, and I am Senate Seat 23.
I am Hannah Erdman. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an ASU.
I am Sylvie. I use she, her pronouns. I'm also one of the ASU.
Hi, my name is Erin Ludeman. I'm Senate Seat 20 and Deputy Speaker, she, her pronouns.
My name is Quadrian. I use he and pronouns. I'm Senate Seat 7, and I'm the Senate Speaker.
Hello everyone, ASUO Vice President Jordan Ackerman, he, her pronouns, thank you all.
And do we have a senator to read the land acknowledgement? Senator Withers.
The University of Oregon is located on Kalapuya Ilihi, the traditional indigenous homeland of the Kalapuya people. Following treaty between 1851 and 1855, Kalapuya people were dispossessed of their indigenous homeland by the United States government and forcibly removed to the Coast Reservation in Western Oregon. Today, Kalapuya descendants are primarily citizens of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde and the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians. They continue to make important contributions to their communities, to the UO, to the lands now known as Oregon, and to the world. In following the Indigenous protocol of acknowledging the original people of the land we occupy, we also extend our respect to the 9 federally recognized Indigenous nations of Oregon: the Burns Paiute Tribe, the Confederated Tribes of the Coos, Lower Umpqua and Siuslaw Indians, the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, the Coquille Indian Tribe, Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians, and the Klamath Tribes. We express our respect to the many more tribes who have ancestral connections to this territory, including the Chinook Indian Nation and the Fort McDermott Paiute and Shoshone tribes, as well as to all other displaced Indigenous peoples who call Oregon home.
Thank you so much, Senator Withers. And next, we'll move to approve the agenda. Senator Fisher.
I move to approve the agenda.
Perez.
Motion made by Fisher, seconded by Perez. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And the agenda is approved. Next, we'll move to announcements. Do any senators have announcements for today, or any members of the public? Oh, awesome. Please come up and introduce yourself.
Sorry, it's really cool. Hi, I'm Riley. I'm with Allsford Students. I'm our visibility chair, and I know you guys have a really packed schedule, so I just have 2 quick updates. The first one is a couple weeks ago, we had our fall 25 kickoff meeting, where we officially launched our campaign to end hunger, make textbooks more affordable, defend our forests more. We had 96 people at our kickoff meeting, which was the biggest one in the country this fall. We're really excited to be able to share more campaign updates with you throughout the rest of the time. And then our second update is, as I'm sure everyone here saw, SNAP benefits will not be administered starting in November. We have created a memo on what Campus Purge chapters and organizations across the country can do to respond to this. We just sent out this memo to everyone, but it includes things like direct service work and asked state legislator to allocate state funds to fill the staff gap and do public education work on resources available. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. And if there are no more announcements, we'll move next to public forum. Anybody from the audience wish to speak for public forum? All right, on the agenda. Next up, we have financial business for the evening. Currently, surplus is at $530,913. Unallocated reserve is at $39,892. And if we were to accept every surplus request tonight, we would spend $73,129. Then first, we'll start with our committee presentation from the Surplus Accessibility Committee on our financial priorities for the year.
Hi, everyone. Surplus Accessibility Committee is so excited to show you our recommended financial priorities for this year. The first thing I wanted to know is that these are guidelines, not hard limits. We also wanted it to be something that Senate could use, but also that student orgs could use when they were deciding to submit requests. So it's organized and meant to be a document for both of us. Additionally, there is a link there that takes us, if you click on it, you can see it. It takes us to the official tracking page that has the numbers of every meeting, all the surplus, all the things. The next tab is individual org trackings. So this will show you the exact request, the engage link, the amount approved, the date of it. If it's highlighted blue, it comes out of unallocated reserve. If it's highlighted red, it was rejected. Got all the information per group there. If a group has more than one request, as you can see, they just get added on. So currently ASU Exec has 2 and they're just listed there. You can skip the 3rd tab, and then if you go to the 4th tab, you can see that this is the tracking. If you scroll all the way over, yep, you can see this is the tracking that I actively use during our meetings. So currently I have the amount of surplus per the agenda, the total requested, and then every single org. I update this actively during the meeting, so you can always see it. And then this is how we fill in the rest of the formatting, the rest of the doc. So that's just a start. Then we have a table of contents. This is meant to make it very easy for everyone to access. You can click on either of the document tabs. You can click on the chapter and it will give you the link to where you're trying to go. It also has page numbers. So you can see the first thing we wanted to highlight is the difference between unallocated reserve and surplus. So we can just start down now. So our first thing was unallocated reserve, which is for organizations that are new, that they haven't gone through a budget process. And we recommended using unallocated reserve for these purposes this year. Previously, it was like a norm in Senate that allocated reserve requests would be funded through surplus. However, because surplus is at the amount that it is, we decided it would be helpful to utilize unallocated reserve. So that's just the definition of it. And then our recommendation that it is used for student orgs that are newly founded, and then the process. So this is where it starts to be helpful for the student groups themselves. It is the process of how they would make it. And it's very simple. It's obviously just a normal surplus request. It would go through the normal form. The form is linked there. And then during the Senate meeting, one of us as senators could ask that it be fulfilled by unallocated reserve, or the student org themselves could ask for it in their presentation to the Senate. Moving along, we then have surplus, which is obviously for any organization that has gone through a budget process and already has a budget allocated to them. We have a couple of definitions. The first, I'm just going to read this to you, sorry. Per ASUO governance documents E1, surplus funds are comprised of funds appropriated to programs within the student organization major program budget, which were not expended during the prior fiscal year, as well as funds voluntarily returned from department-based programs to major program budget per ASUO governance documents 12.3G. High-fee funding allocated to student organizations by the PFC that is not spent by fiscal year end shall roll over to surplus. So this is saying exactly what surplus is and how we get money into the surplus. And then the last one is how surplus is like meant to be spent, which is that program submitting surplus requests and transfers over $1,000 have to hit the senator. Very typical stuff. And then we have our recommendations. So the first is that surplus should be used by student orgs to have a fiscal year budget allocated to them by PFC in comparison to student groups that do not, therefore it would be unallocated reserve. The second is that surplus requests must fulfill programs, activities, and services that contribute to the social, cultural, and physical development of students. This comes from our ASUO government documents in section E1C. And then finally, this is just saying that the rest of the recommendations for the rest of the document are how we recommend surplus be spent. Moving along, we have a section that is just large scale considerations. So we decided it would be helpful to kind of split up the recommendations into stuff that is very, very specific. So the following after this will have like how you should use it for travel and how you should use it for specific things. But we also just wanted to have large scale guidelines that both student orgs and senators should consider when they're hearing the requests. So the first one we wanted to include was outside fundraising. So it's recommended that student organizations either attempt or successfully require additional funds prior to submitting a request, a surplus request. It is recommended that access to partial funding is more likely to be approved, specifically when requests exceed $10,000. So this meaning if the group is funding an event and that total event is $20,000, they're only asking us for 10K is maybe more likely to be approved because they've already completed their side of it, which would be the fundraising. And then just a note about, again, for student orgs themselves, that we are available and we want to work with them on making these connections, expanding their networks, and finding outsourced fundraising, and then how they can reach us if they would like to do so. The second note is about collaborative events. So it is recommended that Senate prioritize funding for events which are planned, hosted, and executed by multiple organizations because it aids in reaching a larger campus audience, integration between organizations on campus, supporting relationships between student orgs and leaders, improving communication and skill sharing on campus, and then the final note being that it's cost efficient because surplus is where it is now. The third being their activity in the budget process. So it's recommended that Senate consider and student orgs activity in their previous year's budget process. Considerations should include or can include, but are not limited to why the request was not previously funded, and then if they have funding already allotted for similar events or similar things. The fourth note is academic endeavors. So it's recommended that Senate prioritize requests which develop and enhance the academic missions of students, student orgs, and the university as a whole. And the last one is student body engagements. So it is recommended that student organizations and requests aim to engage the most possible members of the campus community, and requests specifically for on-campus events should consider how many students they expect to reach, as well as the cost per student. So those are all of our big, large, like overhauling considerations. Now we have 4 more detailed niche ones. These are separated into stipends, programming, travel, and then advertising and merchandising, since we were thinking about where we spend a lot of our surplus money. The stipends section was added because we have been getting more than expected requests for funding stipends, so we added this. The first 2 parts are just about the actual guidelines. So the first part comes from SOFS, which is that stipends are financial awards that serve as recognition of the learning and leadership development opportunities that exist within student orgs. Stipend positions exist for the benefit of the student, not the university. Surplus requests for stipend funds require advance approval of PFC, which means that before they even get to us, they must go through PFC first. PFC should then not approve it in a way of like saying yes, but then they allow them to come to Senate, basically. Say yes is something Senate should hear. And the last part is that any exceptions to the stipend model should require a 2/3 majority vote. So this meaning if they're a tier 1 group and they are requesting a stipend that is more than that of a tier 1 group, that would then need to be approved not by majority of Senate, but by 2/3 of Senate. The next section is from the guidelines laid out in our Constitution, which is that in section 6.26, if we were to allocate funds from surplus, ASU Student Senate may allocate them for stipends according to the current stipend model, except that Senate may approve funding of additional positions through the IFE if a student program meets the requirements set forth by the rules of the Student Senate. The amount for the stipend shall be determined in accordance with the stipend model. So what this is saying, basically, is we obviously have the rules of Student Senate, and if a program is already meeting the rules of Student Senate, and they would like to add an additional position within their org that is not already included in a previously approved stipend model or budget, then they would have to come through us for that, and we could decide to allocate it as. Finally, we have a recommendation, which is that if the Senate allocates stipend funding for additional positions, again, this would be new positions the group is just creating. The new position is only in duration and will receive stipends for that year, meaning that position cuts off at the end of that fiscal year. It does not renew unless it is already renewed. Retainment of the position is up to discretion of PFC. So if PFC were to decide in the budget hearings to renew it, then it could continue. Otherwise, it is a year-long deadline. Finally, it is recommended that Senate approve stipend requests outside of unallocated stipend distributions if the request is motivated by an administrative error on the part of ASUO, on the part of SOFS, or some otherwise extenuating circumstance that is out of anyone's control. Okay, moving along. Programming and events, very short, thankfully. For events, we recommend that it is recommended and expected that all on-campus events should be open to all students. For events which have larger attendance, recurring annual events and guest speakers that have the capacity to serve 250 or over students should not allot more than $100 for each student participating. And they must have justification for why they expect to host this many students at that event. For events that have the capacity to serve under 250 students, we recommend no more than $5,000 be allocated for the total event. This is our big one. All right, here's our travel stuff. So the first thing we do is lay out definitions, which thank you to the previous SAC committee and also Senate last year who did this for us. We just stole it from them. Thank you for that. So this lays out the different types of travel that could be occurring: site visits, conferences, competitions, and retreats. We also have a note that if attendance is required by a national chapter of organization, that the proof of documentation, meaning proof that it is required, be submitted to Senate or at the presentation or what have you. Then we get into our actual guidelines. So we have guidelines for site visits and conferences. We also have guidelines for competitions. And then finally, we have guidelines for retreats. For site visits and conferences, we separate it into region. So our first region is international, CST, and EST trips. We have a note: due to the cost, time, and planning commitment, travel to these regions is not recommended and less likely to be approved by Senate. If the requests are made, they should take into account these considerations. So no more than 5 days, which would be 3 programming days and 2 travel days allocated. Hours between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. must include programming, and there should be provided itineraries to such programming. Attendees, itineraries, and purpose should be confirmed prior to submitting the request. And then we also have a recommended maximum for the whole trip and per person. So trips to these regions would be recommended to be no more than $12,000 for the whole trip and a per person maximum of no more than $1,200. If the expenses were to exceed this amount, we would recommend outsourcing additional funds. All right. For PST and MST trips, these are trips within our coast. They also have 5 days. That includes 3 programming days and 2 travel days. Same thing, there should be programming and itineraries between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., normal working hours. Same thing, we would ask for the list of attendees, the itineraries, and the purpose of the trip. And then we have a maximum for the whole trip and a maximum per person. The maximum for the whole trip is at $8K, which is lower than the other regions because travel would take less money, presumably. And the recommended per person maximum is at $1,000. Again, if travel were to exceed this amount, we would recommend outsourcing and to a fund. For our competitions are subject to the regional guidelines placed above. And the only note here being that the programming days should consist only of days in which representatives are competing. Those would be the programming days. For retreats, we recommend that retreats not exceed 3 days, that they are restricted to ground transportation only, and that they do not cost more than $150 per person. We also have a recommendation for room arrangements, meaning that organizations should plan to have 4 individuals in a room when possible. Also, if you'll slide over, you'll see there are comments I've been adding as people have thoughts and opinions. I have skipped over them to this point because I forgot about them. Julie noted that risk management would prefer this be changed to 1 person per bed for safety and liability reasons. This is not a current official campus policy. However, travel is a university sanctioned event, so that's why she thinks we should consider that. And then the last note on travel is about advisors, and that is that surplus funds should not be used to cover costs for any faculty advisor. If advisors are vital to the operation of site visits or competitions, we may consider funding it. Otherwise, we recommend additional funds. That is all of our travel stuff. The last section is our advertising and merchandise. So we have distribution guidelines, which would require a list of 9 5s of people who are interested in merchandise. The list should be submitted in the request form, like where you can submit documents. It's also recommended that organizations distribute merchandise to those members who are committed to the group. So it's group members primarily to avoid excessive consumption. And finally, that priority of merchandise be given to upperclassmen who may not have the opportunity to receive it in other years. For apparel specifically, we're asking that groups limit to 1 request per year and that we do not recommend more than 1 apparel request. We also ask that apparel requests should include some type of organization, branding, logo, or some unique distinction that applies to that group because we want that group's merch. And then finally, we wanted to know that if there's any remaining apparel from previous requests, it is expected that groups prioritize distributing the existing pieces before they make a request for new apparel. And then we have our little credits with special guidance from previous committee members and the 2023-24, 2024-25 Senate priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Fisher, for breaking down the documents so thoroughly, and thank you to everyone on the Services Committee for all the hard work.
They did amazing. So good.
Yeah, all of you and the last year's committee as well for giving us baseline for what we can build this off of. I think the document looks great, so thank you guys. I'm gonna open it up to the floor now, but the goal is to vote on this tonight and have it be kind of a guideline for how we approach surplus requests going forward. But we can have a conversation about it. People can make motions to amend what's on the document. And if we don't come to a decision tonight in like the next 45 minutes or so, we can always table it and do it next week.
Nice.
Yeah.
I wanted to note again that there are comments on the side. Some of them are from like Julie and Ken. And there are also some comments from fellow senators who have already read the document and made recommendations. So if you wanted to consider those during your thoughts, that would be great.
Kayla, I'm pretty sure you can only see those comments if you edit access, otherwise you can't see them. So I can see them on the screen, otherwise.
I'm gonna give everyone edit access. Please don't touch comments.
Just as a suggestion, since.
Okay, yeah, actually comment.
Yeah.
Okay. I changed it. Everyone refresh the page. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Then we're gonna start discussion now, starting with Senator O'Neill.
Hello, yeah, thank you for doing all of that work. Thank you to Surplus Accessibility Committee, great stuff. I'm just wondering about the stipend section, specifically just for a clarification. Are orgs able to come here and change their stipend option for the year, or does this only apply to adding on additional members?
That's a really good question. This is only. I yield to Senator Peterson.
To change your stipend option, it's a more money gauge. And so what?
You can do it on Engage?
Yeah, I'll send you. Besides that, it's irrelevant, like kill cancer, yeah.
Yeah, so this isn't about changing their stipend model. This is only about like members of groups who haven't received their stipend for some reason, or if they wanted to add an additional position, which we can't do, but we cannot change the stipend model.
Well, in option 4 though, they can add up to 15 positions, so technically they could just whatever. I yield.
I had one request with surplus guidelines, and then 1B, could we no. We require advance of programs finance committee before requesting addition to the agenda, just because like everybody requests to go on the agenda, and I just want to make sure that like they go to PFC and then ask me as well.
Yeah, can I make that change now, or should I add it as a comment? Or can I do it in the
You can make the change now, we can't like to vote on it. Just to make, cause I'm requesting an amendment, basically. Or I could just say, is anybody opposed to that, Jeanette?
I'm just gonna make it.
Okay. Would anybody be opposed to that?
Can you say it again?
Before requesting to be added to the agenda.
Yeah.
Senator Withers?
We haven't voted on these yet, so I don't feel like we would need to vote on, like, if you want to think about it.
I mean, there was no objection, so it's all good. I just want to make sure. When we amend motions and amend documents, it's good to vote on it, so I just want to make sure everyone's good. Senator Stevenson?
Hypothetically, because we were talking about stipends, if in one school year something is approved and the next school year it is approved, but it isn't approved until after the deadline, is that one of the circumstances? Like anecdotally, one of the clubs that I'm in, I'm a volunteer of right now, and I'm supposed to be getting paid as next term starts, but last school year it was an approved position. Is that something that we would come to you for if we didn't get paid for the first term, for instance, or how did that work?
That's a great question. I didn't consider. I would love to open it to floor. Does anyone have thoughts?
You repeated, I'm sorry.
So I want my money, right? So last year there were 7 to 8 positions for BSU for working positions. And at the start of the school year, only 5 of the 7 of us are getting stipends. And so I'm wondering if we, the 2 people that we're told we're going to get paid for the next quarter, like how would that work? Like would we come to you? Like you'll to Senator Withers.
Were you supposed to get paid for this term?
Yes.
Most of the time what happens, there's like a process that orgs can go through with SOP to kind of get back paid, kind of like when some of us had improper paychecks for our first month here, it was able to get fixed the next month, and generally like there is a process where that gets fixed. But if it goes months and months after that, that's when they usually have had to come to surplus.
Okay, because for added context, this club spoke with Senator O'Neill. I'll yield to Senator O'Neill on that.
Yeah, so when we were going through the form, so I only just learned that there was a form on Engage that you used to specifically change stipend options, but basically in the original form itself, it says the option can only be changed one time in the last financial process. So then they were like, okay, well, we can just take some positions off, but I did tell them to specifically email the stipend email and ask if they could switch their stipend option. And I did give them the email for that, as well as what they should say, because I've heard like orgs in the past have petitions to add on stipend roles. But point is, I would like to yield to Senator Peters though to ask, does this apply in the current fiscal year or the next fiscal year for the Engage form?
No, Engage form is for this fiscal year. Bringing back to surplus, this would, I think it would be more in the case of like the Smaller Center and things like that, like adding additional funds to the stipend line for the creation of like new positions outside of the stipend. So this scenario kind of is also within the stipend line. I can explain more if you're confused.
So I'm coming to so we would come to ASUO about getting the money for that? Or?
Yes, I'm changing it right now.
Okay, thank you, I yield.
Senator Chris.
Just come back to it real quick. Sorry, you're included in the stipend option.
To my knowledge, when I was hired by VSU, it was myself and one other person. I'm the outreach coordinator for them. Last year, this person was paid. This year, I'm doing volunteer work until next quarter is what the gist of the explanation is. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, I mean, if you're included, then as long as you're a treasurer or finance person submitting the form to receive the stipend, and if you're not getting it and they're submitting it, that would be a question. But I yield that.
So is this something we feel we need to add to the document right now, or is Senator Fisher?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. However, and maybe this is how the document should be edited. The goal here is that before they would come to Senate, they would go through PFC and or SOFs to figure out the issue. And then if PFC or SOFs can't figure out the issue, then they would come to us. We can edit that in the document to be more clear if we feel that's what we should do. Can I have a thumbs up? What do we think? Does this need to be clearer? Thumbs up if I should edit the document. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Heffernan?
Yeah, I'd like to yield my time to Daniel in the audience. I'm not sure of your last name. I know you have a question. Just come up to the mic.
Daniel, Director. So I have a quick question about the retreats. If we can go to that section of. Okay, so my question with the retreat, especially mostly, I know that retreats, just like what you said, should not exceed more than 3 days. That's stuff. But I just I'm proposing if we may look at it in a way that because, for example, organization may still want to go to just a 1 day, and through my research and my observation, I learned it's same as public travel rather than just a retreat. So I was thinking that I think mostly it's a little bit confusing, a little bit, because if I want to go to, I can just go to Oregon Park or just and it's a retreat for me. And it's still a day. But I think that it's rather since you are supposed to travel first and spend days before going to be a retreat. But what I know about retreat probably just going out to spend time, engage with friends just for a day. So I think we need to look at that language very well because it's a little bit confusing because I want to go to this place and they said that is not a retreat, it's just a travel. But this day that I'm going here to spend a minute there is still a retreat. So I think going forward, we may look at that and clarify it well, and so that it wouldn't confuse the day travel and that of the going out. If you understand my question.
Yeah, could you scroll up a little bit to the definition? Do you think the confusion is happening in the difference of definition between retreats and travel? Or like retreats and the other types of travel?
Yeah, retreats and the other types of travel.
Okay. What are you recommending?
Yeah, so for me, I'm recommending that the term retreat should be more clear and because it's more or less like it confuses with going a day travel. Yeah, so it's so that's what I want that to be clarified. If you can look at that, yeah, because I think I'll be looking at that because I can spend a time here, 2 minutes here, and probably that may be a retreat for me because it's more about spending time with friends. But it's more or less like the definition is saying that go there, go spend 3 or 2 days and stuff, and that is it. So it's now confusing if I want to go out to spend time because that is travel, or if I want to go. So that's what I just want to draw your attention.
Cool, thank you.
Did you want to ask Daniel a question?
So kind of, it's.
Yeah, if you want to ask Daniel a question, okay.
Well, it's not exactly a question, but if we're amending it to that, I'd recommend looking at, for Senator Fisher, looking at the intent to travel form because they do differentiate between day trips and overnight trips. So for the wording there, I think it'd be really great to just copy some of the language so that it would be a lot clearer. Because that way it would match more what Daniel was talking about. And you.
Question, maybe?
Yes, so I'm looking at these comments and I would love if you could walk us through kind of the ideas behind each comment and then what discussion we need as a Senate to resolve those comments. I know you're mid searching of the travel form.
I know. Okay, yes. Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm getting lost. You're good. Can we table that? And can we address what Daniel was talking about? So we can do one thing at a time. Does anyone have anything pertaining specifically to what Daniel was talking about?
In the part where it says retreats may not exceed 3 days, we can just say retreats should last from 1 day to 3 days. Just to clarify that for student orgs who are reading through, because saying 1 day would make it clear that it's not multiple days, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We could even at the beginning of that retreat, just say retreats include day trips and trips.
Does anybody object to that?
Oh my God.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say I would take out single because I don't want them to get confused when we say up to 3 days. So I just say, yeah, include day and overnight trips.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about, I guess, the wording of involvement with the majority of the organization. Oh, or be open to, okay, never mind, I know.
Question.
Yeah, mine's just going back to the comments, which I know we're gonna come back to in a second once we're done on this.
I'd like to yield my time to Justin Stegley. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Senator. So yeah, we back on, we go to stipends, or are we just talking about,
Can,
travel right now?
can we stay on the retreat right now, please? Oh, okay.
No one else on the speakers list right now, so we might need it.
I'm gonna converse with Dana. What are your thoughts?
Okay, I mean, that's fine, that's fine.
This piece, you're cool with this? Does that address what your concern was? You can say no.
Okay, so, I know that in traveling, there are policies with that, and with the overnight traveling to their policies to that too as well. So I think that it's something going forward we need to look at. Because that's what I know about that. Because I know a day traveling has a different policy to that of an overnight travel. I stand corrected though. So if there is going forward, I think we need to look at. I've not really said that, but going forward, I believe that we can look at how we can then the day retreat and the overnight trip language so that it's really confusing. Please do you understand that?
Okay. Here, all right.
And I do think some of those things are covered in the intent to travel form, like Senator O'Neill was saying. Like it asks you about your mileage, like whether it's gonna be overnight trip, and then that gets approved separately by SOX, because like if an overnight trip doesn't fall within like the guidelines that are set forth on the UO website, then it's just approved outside of even or denied outside of Senate. So like you have to get your intent to travel form approved, and you have to come to Senate and get your request itself approved. So the intent to travel form kind of covers a lot of the, like, is this an overnight trip? Is this one day? And then there's different guidelines for each of those.
Okay. I think that's clear. Thank you.
Okay, so here's what I've done, just to clarify. So first thing, I think that's a genuine concern. However, I'm not so sure that it applies so directly to this form as it does to just the traveling forms. However, what I have also done is add the SGES definition of what a retreat is, which includes an educational and collaborative overnight experience. What are our thoughts here? Can I get a thumbs up? Cool, thank you very much. We now can move on from this thing.
We're gonna start with Questenberry in the comments, and then we'll move forward to the concern that Director Zangley had.
Okay, so this is looking at the comments.
Okay, yes. So can we go all the way up to the very I'm just gonna walk through the comments I've gotten so far. So the first comment here, and I didn't really know where to put it, so I just put it here. I wanted us to consider something that Ken and I, if you don't know, Ken does the like soft tracking stuff. Something that Ken and I were talking about is a problem that we've been encountering with like primarily it's been happening a lot with printing requests where organizations are like asking for surplus to print, and then by the time they're actually able to get something printed, they're no longer using money that was approved to them in the previous fiscal year. So now there is like a weird overlap with money was approved in the previous fiscal year, but the group is now trying to use it after that fiscal year has ended because there was some kind of delay in printing. And so something that Ken recommended was possibly adding, and I guess this would go maybe in programming, I'm not really sure that's why I put it here, but basically it would like mention some kind of like, Ken mentioned a May 15th deadline. So like if you want surplus funds for printing, you have to have this printing done by May 15th. Therefore, the money will not be able to take it out after July when the fiscal year rolls over. Again, I think it was on programming, but I'm not really sure. And then if you scroll down to page 5, right where travel starts, we have a note from our very own Senator Peters mentioning how these travel guidelines might be tighter. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's do it.
So basically, last year in a lot of budget hearings, we had to tell student orgs, hey, we can't fund your travel. So now student orgs are making surplus for travel and in surplus for asking why isn't this in your budget? And then, as you'll learn later in benchmarks, PFC is in very tight financial position. So when we're in our budget hearings with orgs, they are asking for travel money. And we are saying, I'm so sorry, we can't fund this whole thing. So we have kind of created a circle, and ideally I would like to have these as guidelines that PFC can stick to in our budget hearings. However, we can't stick to, these are too high for us to stick to and still be equitable, but the truth is a ton of student orgs are asking for money from in their budgets that they previously had funded by surplus. So yeah, and we had a student org comment about it in our budget hearing last night. So thank you. I'm talking to Cam a lot about this every day, and I think that I don't think I can make a recommendation right now because I want to work with Ken and Julie to look at what has historically happened more. Really, I think we need to like write travel policy that both PFC and Senate passes. That is more than this, that has more specific definitions and stuff.
Do you think they could be two separate things, like a PFC outline and a surplus outline, or do you think they should be the same?
I think they should be as similar as possible. If we're having student orgs that are literally telling us in surplus, you told me why it's in my budget, and now here I'm in my budget hearing and you're telling me I can't add it. I think we should do the best that we can to make them as similar as possible so that as both as forms of ASUO, we're telling student orgs the same.
Sorry, no, I know.
Oh.
Well, I have the floor, and I feel it is under you.
You are right, you're totally correct.
I have.
One more thing. One more thing is that Ken and I talked about also just wanting to add into adding like, yeah, whatever. I would think this is like, I think we should vote on this now because the travel stuff is like a bigger thing that we need to figure out.
Yeah, so the thing, and I'm gonna yield my time. That's the last comment, the very last one is the thing that I talked about with Julie, risk management, instead of having a room, it's one person per bed. And in terms of the travel, what I would recommend, and obviously this is just me talking, I would recommend if possible that we pass these tonight and then we can always come back and amend them once Senator Peters has had time to meet with Ken and make more discrete decisions off. I don't.
Okay, I have a couple of responses to kind of each of the comments. First, if you want to add the deadline for printing, which I think would be perfectly fine, I think you can add an administrative section right under the advertising and just make that much more simple, laid out any printing requests. Secondly, well, I think for the I do think that we kind of like avoid this problem because we say to have 4 individuals in a room when possible. I think we've all we definitely have taken in considerations of like when people need it, but also like when it is possible to share a room. I think that kind of avoids the problem of forcing people to do that because obviously we're not in a place to do that. And then my last thing, I think it's just Marisol's comment, is the majority of what you're asking to kind of align like the numbers that we have laid out, or is it additional pieces?
Ideally, both definitions and numbers. I think it would be okay if surplus had a little bit larger numbers, but I think it's just not feasible for us to fund travel requests that are $12,000. Okay.
I think it's a good idea to align them. I also think it's a good idea to, like we also pass these tonight while we have a lot of requests on the table. And then we can always come back and amend our surplus.
Let's move.
Okay, one thought for this situation with the trapping. What if we created a new number one that just said acknowledgement? We recognize that there's been conflicting guidance on where travel needs to sit, when you come to surplus or it's in your budget. Due to this, we are creating new guidelines. We will put a link when they're finished stocking. Or something along those lines so that student orgs don't feel like we are unintentionally, which we are unintentionally yanking them around on this. So something like that, acknowledging the situation that we have had previously conflicting guidelines on this, we're working to straighten it out, and that will have more guidance specific to traveling soon. I don't know, what are our thoughts on that?
Would anybody?
1 minute, just like give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. Do my fellow committee members, can y'all edit? Rachel, can you help? Can you type that acknowledgement? Let me make sure that you have edit access. I don't know how to access. Please, no one touch it. Okay, I'm working on the administrative guidelines for printing right now, and Rachel, you could take over elsewhere. And honestly, I missed the whole conversation that just happened.
I believe it's just the printing item and then it's just the acknowledgement that these will likely be amended in the near future. And I'm pretty sure those are the only two adjustments that we have so far.
As you're typing the acknowledgement. Okay, and actually, Rachel, we're good.
Okay.
Senator Stevenson.
Are there any more questions that are pressing for people? Okay, I called it a question.
We don't have a motion.
Oh, I motion to approve the SAC financial priorities 25-26.
I know.
You can make the motion, we can still discuss it.
Did I not just make the motion?
You did.
No.
No. Motion made by Stevenson to approve the SAC priorities for 25-26. Seconded by Questenberry. The motion is now on the floor for approval.
Yes, to no longer health concerns.
Motion's on the floor. Nobody else on the speakers list. Do you have the adjustments now?
No. Sorry. My format is gonna be off, but I'll fix it. I'm doing the make this thing.
I think the language is a cleanup later. It doesn't matter as long as like the meaning.
Yeah. Actually, I do have a question that I'm thinking put on. So, basically all Ken gave me was a May 15th deadline. I don't know if we want to be more specific on like, should they have the printing already done by May 15th? Should they have the order placed by May 15th? Like, if anyone has thoughts on what specifically the May 15th deadline would be.
And to those senators that have experience with printing too, like if you guys feel like this deadline would be unfair for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, I assume the printing deadline is in relation to printing, like with school org. So in that case, they don't actually receive the payment until after the product is delivered. Printing tends to take a few weeks depending on who it is. So low-key May 15th, I don't know. When does the fiscal year end again? Yeah, I think it should be. It's very complicated because you can send in the PO and then give them the actual product months later, you know, but they still won't get paid until way later. So maybe you could require having the product sent by the 15th. Because then the printer has enough time to print, hopefully. But I'd like to yield to Senator Bailey, who also has experience with printing.
Product
to here by the 15th.
No. Like having the PDF
Send the
sent by,
file to
yeah, the
them.
file should be sent by the 15th.
Do we have like, because most people are going to be putting with UO printing. Yeah. Do we have like an estimate of how long UO printing takes
It's
typically?
still like low-key it depends how many prints there are, you know, like, and also what it is, like, you know, a magazine or a newspaper. Newspapers, I think, take like what?
Well,
week, a
UO
week and a
printing
half?
can do newspapers.
Oh, okay. Well, for magazines, it takes at least 2 weeks to a month, really.
Yeah.
Pretty bad. But if it's just like a set of flyers or something, then okay, they should be using CSI anyway. But if they want to use UO printing, then it should be less time.
So I don't know that this is a really complicated subject and it varies extremely heavily on a case by case basis. But we could make this could definitely have its own like little subcommittee on like guidelines for printing made. Because it's its own like world of like deadlines and stuff.
It's just surplus. We're only talking about surplus requests.
Yeah, but printing is so expensive.
Yeah,
Printing is for a lot of groups is already in your budget.
It isn't. It isn't. It really isn't.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I would suggest that we don't make a hard deadline for every thing that comes under printing, but we instead have some suggestions for different kinds of printing, and we can only really predict UO printing because there's so many other vendors you could print with. So that is what I will say. It's back to you, I think.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Senator Bailey on that. I think we should have like a set of suggestions, especially considering that a lot of orgs don't have experience with printing. Well, like, you know, new leadership every year. Sometimes the transition isn't good. So maybe there could be like a little subcommittee for situation.
It wouldn't have any to answer specifically, especially if it's going with this document. So we could approve the document tonight and then someone could write up what they think is a good amendment and then request that it get added to this document.
Okay. I yield.
Yes.
Just wanted to talk to some student leaders in the audience who are part of the magazine. They said printing can take like between 5 to 7 weeks. I am actually in favor of what Senator Bailey said about creating a different set of things for printing, because as you've seen, we've had a couple student orgs that came for printing at the end of that like a line. They put in a request at the end of the year, and then they had to come to surplus because it didn't go through in time. So I think it just be those are things we kind of can't iron out right now. So idea.
Senator Smith. Excuse me, please.
I wanted to ask a clarifying question. Is the payment made to like the printing when you received the product?
Yeah, well, it depends on who you're printing with.
This year,
It's through. I print
UO
with,
printing, yes. UO printing, yes.
yeah, but I print with Eagle Web Press. They don't get payment until I send the file to them. But that's different from UO printing.
For this section, would it be reasonable to do a similar solution that we just did with travel? And just say we have a hard deadline on May 15th or something like that, but we acknowledge the printing process is extremely complicated and varies depending on need. We have a link to this document that outlines guidance on timelines to get payment done with our internal deadline and allows student orgs to have that support to get things properly printed on time.
If you're responding, respond.
I normally like May 15 is possibly changed at a later date once we actually go through the process of making those guidelines.
Because that number was coming from Ken, right? May 15th. So how flexible is that number for internally within SOFs? Like, why is Ken getting the 15th?
That number could be like the day for the surplus request. That number could, May 15th could be the day to have the PO in. It could be the day to have the form in. So I feel like we don't know. Then
Okay, and how do you know what Ken meant?
When it can be.
and meant that the money should come out of the account by May 15th.
Why do you feel like we need to put it in a misprediction conversation and come back to it a certain way? So there are a lot of people on the list. If you want to respond to this, you can, but I'm gonna recommend we do not make any changes to that right now, and then we can go back to this time. Senator Stevenson.
As someone who attended a few SAC meetings, I think that all of this and to the points that were made earlier about additions and we have a timeline for like adjustments and things like that. I feel like what we're talking about would fall under that. I'm gonna call the question.
Question's been called, so this is a vote on whether to end debate right now. This is not a vote on the motion itself. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. All right, debate is over. We will now vote on the financial priorities. Perez. Aye. Peters.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Smith. Buffordin. Heffernan.
Aye.
Amadiefe. Jenkins Hiscox. Chisholm.
Aye.
Agarajan. Stevenson.
Aye.
Withers. Bailey.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Westbury.
Aye.
Ludeman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. And the financial priorities are approved.
That was absolutely amazing. And to everyone.
And moving forward on the agenda, we will now go to our surplus request for the evening, starting with the ASU Executive Branch. And this request is the library.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here. My name is Priscilla Moreno. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the ASU president, and I have some others here that are here for kind of support and any questions you have. So I'm gonna actually pass the mic to these lovely people here in the audience to introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Ketchum. I'm the Director of Access and Delivery Services at the University Libraries.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nancy Cunningham. I'm the Associate Vice Provost and University Librarian.
Hi, Jennifer Alexander. I'm the Head of Night Library Access Services.
Hello, and thanks for being here. Okay, so I'm here on behalf of the ASU executive to request surplus funds for our 24-hour library pilot program. If you want to move to the next slide. This is the entirety of the request. This is $12,180 for 11 days, which includes week 10 and Monday through Wednesday of finals week of 24-hour libraries at the Price Science Commons Library. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown of the cost. So the cost for this is just to actually keep the library open for 24 hours. The initial cost that we received was going to be $20,000 some dollars, and this didn't include Friday or Saturday of week 10, which we thought was actually really important because a lot of students utilize that weekend to, their last chance before finals week. So we wanted to include that, but what we didn't include is checkout services and other services for the libraries, and that reduced the cost significantly by $8,000. And that's because we assumed that, this library is already open until 8:30 p.m. Every single day. We're just extending it that extra 12 hours. And we figure, students might not actually check out, but we're going to do a lot of outreach efforts to make sure that we get good feedback. So if students did overwhelmingly say, hey, the only reason I went to your 24-hour library pilot program was to be able to check things out, we can think about that going forward. But right now, we really just want to focus on having a space open 24 hours for students for the finals week and a couple of days, for week 10 and then a couple of days for finals. Next slide. Okay, awesome. So why 24-hour libraries? First and foremost, this was a campaign promise. A lot of us ran on the platform US Student Power, and one of the things we thought about was increasing academic services. We heard from a lot of students, which goes into my second point about
hey, I'm a single parent and I don't get to utilize services like the libraries until way late because I have to put my kids to sleep, and things like that. So born out of that was increasing academic services and being able to provide services for all students on campus, especially those who cannot utilize things like our libraries during normal times. So and a lot of you remember going out there and having our clipboards outside of Night Library and the other libraries asking, do you want 24-hour libraries? And that was really successful. We got over 1,500 student contacts from campaign week, and that was really huge. And a lot of that came from telling students that something they wanted to run on was 24-hour libraries. Another thing is also highlighting the importance of our libraries and the demand that students have for our libraries. We saw that this past summer, the university underwent budget cuts that cut $25 million, and a big hit on that was libraries. And it seems like year by year, even when they are promised a budget, it's not always very stable. And we know that our libraries want to do a lot of really cool things. They provide a lot of really cool resources for students, but we don't know from upper admin that's that importance is also highlighted for them. So we hope that this week and a couple of days will really show that that's important to students. Next slide. Okay, so making this successful. So we don't want to just take $12,000 of surplus and hope that students show up. So we're working with our communications team to promote the libraries and also our student engagement team to brainstorm programming ideas. So we have a couple ideas so far, and this will also come out of just our regular exec programming budget. So exec is also putting money into this to make it successful. We just really need some support with that $12,000 to keep the libraries open. So we are thinking about partnering with energy drink companies that we've worked with in the past, like Red Bull, Celsius, and Yerba Mate, to do some like energy drink drops throughout the night on a couple of days. We've been talking to YDSA and ROAR very briefly about doing a midnight teach-in or poly-ed on issues that students care about that they're maybe not learning about in class with all the crazy stuff happening in our country. Other ideas we have is having like a PJ party themed night, working with tutoring services to get volunteer tutors for like really big, maybe intro to math, intro to writing classes. And then of course a huge Instagram media campaign to promote the libraries, having like good signage outside Night Library, for example, that closes at 2 a.m. these nights, just saying like, hey, if you still need a place to go to, please go over to this library. And also collabing with UO Library Comps to make sure that we're reaching as many people as possible. Next slide, please. And then what this can mean for the future. So first of all, establishing a strong relationship with UO Libraries. I think this is a really cool collaborative opportunity with the team that just introduced themselves. And then also making a case for having 24-hour libraries for Dead Week and Finals Week consistently and supported by the university budget or the library budget, and having that be increased year by year if we show like students really, really want this. Of course, if they don't see the value in that and increasing their budget or having it come out of the general university budget, we always have the IFE and we always have surplus, maybe even the executive budget, having a line item for fall term 24-hour library pilot program, or even winter term when it's really hard for students to like get out of the house and like actually study. Whatever avenue we have to go through, if this is really successful, we can make a case for this being something consistent year by year. And then last thing that I put on there is a restored faith in our student government. So a lot of people run on platforms that have campaign promises that don't always come into fruition. And that is my hope for student power. This is not the only thing that we're working really hard to have become a reality. I'm also working with a lot of really cool organizations to get medicated abortion on campus. I'm working with a lot of cool organizations to get in Latinx centers. So this isn't the only thing, but it's really cool that in the most immediate sense, in the near future, that this is possible and that students can actually see that something that we ran on, something that they signed a paper about during spring term can actually happen. So I'm really interested in getting volunteers to text bank the 1,500 people that signed their contact name for on a sheet of paper in the spring campaign season. Like, hey, remember we like met you outside of Knight Library and asked you if you wanted 24-hour libraries? Like that's actually happening. I think that's really awesome. And eventually that gets people in the spring to think about ASO and think, you know, they actually did something that I wanted and that they promised that they were going to do and said that they cared about my interests. So that's why I put restorative university government in the next slide, please. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'll open the floor for discussion and questions, starting with Senator Stevenson.
Thank you so much for that presentation, and thank you so much for presenting the means for providing not all of the senators, but for the senators that ran with you a means to fulfill a promise. The question that I had was, it was sort of the Price Science Commons, right? Do you guys have like a logistical cost analysis of why it's that and not Knight, or what the cost difference would be?
Yeah, so the short answer is that Knight is really huge and hard to staff security for. So if you go back to the slide where it actually shows the breakdown, I think most people have questions on. This is just for security, and it's for 2 security guards because it's a smaller library. But of course, Knight has a lot of other things like archives that are really important and other areas of the library that have a lot of like precious materials. And it's just a lot harder to get security to cover all the grounds of Knight Library. But I don't know if I want to add any details about why not Knight Library and why this standard.
You covered it perfectly. Absolutely. Our first consideration is your safety. And so when we looked around in our libraries, some of them are within other buildings and that's complicated, right? Science sweet spot. So we thought this would be best for, especially for a pilot. Knight Library is amazing, but it is complicated. It's a historic building. There's certain things that we can't do, and it's just more difficult to secure. Yeah. Thank you.
Great question.
All right, thank you very much. I yield.
Senator Heffernan.
Yeah, I just wanted to voice my support for this. I think many of us ran on it. Obviously not all of us, but many of us. And I remember during campaigning, a lot of people being very excited about this. I know I have been kicked out of every library on campus for staying too late. I'm, getting my master's in library science after this. I'm very passionate about it. So I just wanted to get a motion on the table. I move to authorize spending from surplus to group ASU Executive OS 035I in the amount of $12,180 to new line item extended library hours.
Motion made by Heffernan, seconded by Fisher.
Thank you, I yield.
We're going to do discussion now. Senator Fisher.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm guessing by the attendance and the participation you've had that the answer to my question will be a resounding yes, but I just have to ask it for transparency and accountability's sake. Library staff also supports this, and they do not feel like this will be overextending. Because as much as we do support basic needs, and I love the 24-hour library, I also want to make sure that our library workers are not feeling overextended in their need to give us what we might want.
Yeah, so if y'all want to speak a little bit to why we cannot check out services and the logistics of staffing people and all of that.
Sure, yeah, this shouldn't be a burden on the library employees with this scenario. We'll be staffing with just security and non-library employees.
Yeah, we're very cognizant that library workers, can't work, like we can't ask them to work like, oh, you tack on another 8 hours. If that is a need by students really expressing that to you and through our assessment, we'll have to need a lot of planning. We'll bring in extra staff, we train extra staff, but at this point in time, for this pilot, we decided just to do security and just measure it at that level.
Great question.
Yes, thank you very much. I do think, and I think that makes total sense for the pilot. I guess more what I'm thinking about is like if this were to be implemented in the long term and it becomes a thing that the university as a whole does, what kind of pressure that may put on workers as a whole.
Yeah, I think that would mean having to face the reality that we need more workers, and for that we would need multiple months in advance of, okay, we're gonna hire somebody, and then 2 weeks, I think David expressed to me about training, and that would be great for the sake of having more student workers or workers in general. But that would definitely be coming out of this pilot program, seeing the success and seeing what students really wanted out of this and what they were hoping for, and whether that was fulfilled or not through just having the space open.
Thank you so much, I yield.
Senator O'Neill.
Yeah, I was also just gonna make the motion. I think this is great, especially considering the recent closure of Straub. I think it's very important that students have more areas on campus. I especially like the YDSA and more collaboration, potential collaboration. So I'd like to call the question.
Question has been called, so once again, this is a vote on whether to end debate right now. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. All right, we'll move to vote now. Starting with Senator Perez. Aye. Peters.
Abstain.
Fisher.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Offerman. Heffernan. Amodiafe. Jenkins Hiscox. Chisholm.
Aye.
Nagara. Stevenson. Aye. Withers.
Aye.
Bailey.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Westenberry.
Aye.
Lindeman.
Aye.
And I say aye. Thank you, guys. You have another request from the exec branch. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and share a little about your request.
Hello, everybody. I know I've met some of you, but for those who I have not met, my name is Brandon Higley and I'm the ASUO Executive Secretary of Basic Needs in the Advocacy Department. Sure, as many of you are aware, USDA has instructed all local and state SNAP director agencies to not issue SNAP for November. In total, this is about 42 million Americans, a little over 700,000 of that being right here in Oregon. And while we do not have the exact numbers due to confidentiality reasons, it's estimated that a couple thousand in that group are University of Oregon students. After discussions with the university's basic needs programs, the Student Sustainability Center, and the rest of the executive cabinet, we have come to the conclusion that we cannot just stand by during this time. For those reasons, the ASUO executive branch is asking for $2,500 from the surplus to help fund our emergency plan that was approved by Priscilla yesterday. In that plan, we are creating what we're calling a week of relief. And what that will look like is a couple different things. The overall goal of week of relief is to have multiple events that not only provide resources to students, but also may provide them a snack, may provide them something to keep them filled until they can have their one meal of the day because SNAP's been cut. Some of those events that we are planning are a resource handout, Q&A at the produce drop in partnership with the Basic Needs Program, where we will have a representative from the Basic Needs Program present, available to answer questions and help students find resources. Another one of the ideas is a Friendsgiving in partnership with existing events already happening with cultural organizations in the Mills International Center. A walk to the student food pantry, where if students are uncomfortable going on their own or they don't know how to get there, ASUO exec officers will walk with them, wait for them, and then we will walk back to the ASUO suite as a group and have pizza afterwards. And another event being donuts and coffee. That's half of our plan. The other half of our plan is a emergency flyer campaign. And this was an idea that Priscilla had brought up from previous experience. And what that looks like is we would like to partner with multiple community service organizations such as Osberg, such as Alpha Phi Omega, and also collaborate with Greek Life on campus to go out on 2 separate Saturdays and ask people in the Eugene community for donations. The first Saturday, as of now, that's planned for November 8th, would be us meeting up and us going and handing out flyers. On that flyer, it will be a QR code. So if neighbors want to sign up, they put in how much they're donating can-wise, and then they put in their address, and then that following weekend, the same group of people will go pick up that food. Then, with that food, we will direct that food to the UO PDX student food pantry, as well as the produce drop on campus hosted by the Student Sustainability Center. And a couple things I would like to note. Our original idea had been to do something like this for the ECM food pantry right off campus. However, Basic Needs has informed us that they have the funding to provide, they have additional funding to provide to help supplement that barrier during this time. And another thing I'd like to note, that Governor Kotek, as of 3 hours ago, issued a state of emergency, allocating $5 million to food banks. Although when you break down the math, that's only about $6 per staff recipient. So it helps, but it doesn't cover anywhere near the gap. Right now, it's really important for ASUO at the forefront and to say, we are here for you, and we are here to support you, and here's our plan. So I urge the Senate to request. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was a couple of weeks ago, you all approved thousands of dollars for stipends for the executive cabinet, and I think this is a perfect showcase of what you all have invested in, which is amazing secretaries like Braden. He brought this up one day, and then the next day I woke up and he had an entire emergency plan with events laid out for every single day and doing the research that it takes to understand the complexities of SNAP being cut. So I just want to give snaps to Braden and thank you for all the help that you did. Yeah, I'm happy to take any questions that Braden is.
Actually, I'm clarifying about the request. So the request does ask for a new line item called Week of Emergency Relief. That's going to be $1,000. That's both the request. $500 remaining dollars is to existing line item copying and printing on flyers.
I just want to give a shout out to Braden real quick because I did say that the agenda was crazy tonight and definitely pushed back. He was very adamant that how this is needed. So thank you for your effort. And then we'll now open up the floor for questions, starting with Senator O'Neill.
Yeah, great stuff. I moved to authorize spending from surplus to group ASUO Executive OS number 035I in the amount of $500 to existing line item name copying and printing and $2,000 to new line item name Week of Emergency Relief.
Second, Stevenson.
I yield.
Motion made by O'Neill, seconded by Stevenson. And then we'll continue discussion. We do have 5 people on speakers list right now, starting with Stevenson.
I yield.
Smith.
I wanted to ask, could you repeat your plan for how to distribute the donations that you're getting, or
Yeah, so a lot of it in terms of the flyer campaign we are planning, it's going to depend on the amount that we receive. UO PDX has expressed deep interest in receiving either funds from us or receiving donations from us because they, especially in Multnomah County right now, they are experiencing even a more dire situation, if you can believe it, up there. So our students up at PDX. And then also the Student Sustainability Center is starting to see a decrease in food and an increase in students with this because their food does come from Food for Lane County and their resources are also being stretched thin.
I'll just add to that. So we were thinking about what if we just transfer funds to PDX Student Council that does all of like the student government-esque things. up at the Portland campus. And the issue with that is there's some ASUO rules that say you cannot purchase with IFE money food that you can then prepare meals with. That's the reason why clubs can't go and purchase produce to then prepare like a cultural meal for their club. So we wouldn't be able to transfer like $2,000 to them and they buy cans themselves. But something that I've done in the past with Osberg students was a clothing drive. And what we did was just drop off flyers at really rich neighborhoods like Martin Luther King Drive by Austin Stadium. And we got so many donations and even notes of people saying like, I've been meaning to get rid of this. It's just like no one ever does stuff like this. So they really appreciated that. And I think doing something along those lines would be really successful, especially because I'm sure they have just money to flow, honestly. But that's kind of the logistics around why we can't just transfer money and then what that distribution would look like. And then once we get the cans, we just plan on driving it up to Portland.
That would be at the produce shop.
Yeah, and that goes back to we will have to have a conversation once we have the amount of food of how do we fairly do both the flip and drop and
I just had an idea, I don't know how possible it is, but I know like the produce shop can be limited for like people to be able to attend like, a certain time of the day. And I just wanted to like bring out like an idea of like maybe like drop in somewhere that you can do it, like even if it's like in the suite or somehow that was possible, like I would totally be down to help with something like that, just to make sure like there are more hours that people could access it, because I know like basic needs have pretty limited hours. Obviously there's like reasons for that, but just for this case, yeah.
Yeah, one of the ideas that have been brought up during our roundtable on Monday in the exec meeting was having a drop box right there in the ASUO suite where students can come pick it up. And that is a likely possibility of some of those cans will be put in the ASUO suite.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, keep it quick, but thank you guys. I think it's a great request. And also shout out for like doing this quick. I know like wow, this is like you know just that happened. One thing I was just curious, with like the food events you guys are like planning, is this more like events you guys are doing yourself, I mean like ASUO, or is this like pre-existing events that we're like collaborating with?
So it's a mix of both. In terms of like the Friendsgiving idea, we're reaching out to cultural organizations that are already hosting meetings and an event like this on Wednesday. I know there's a filler out to Mecca right now. That Isabella, one of our secretaries in communications, is working with me with. But then also some of it will be ASUO hosted. So like the donuts and coffee, the walk to the food pantry, that will be solely ASUO.
All right, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I was just curious because like I just wasn't sure like what like is going on campus as far as like who's providing for students. So I think this is great overall. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Bailey.
Yes, great, awesome. I would also strongly suggest reaching out to orgs that are organizing activist orgs, I guess. I mean, in YDSA, we were ideating on like how to approach like organizing around this. And it would be great to do efforts that are combined. I'm sure there are other orgs that might be interested in helping out in terms of like volunteering to do like with any part of that. Also, I'm curious, part of what we were ideating about in YDSA was like not only providing help here for students on campus, but for people within the Eugene community and like volunteering for, you know, orgs like Food Not Bombs, which always need volunteers, and especially with this, they will probably see more usage. Is there any interest? I know you guys pulled this together like really quickly, but I'm just curious, like, I know we're going out into the community to ask resources from them, but what are we going to do, if anything, if there's any interest in like going out and providing for the community as students?
That's a great question. I think there's obviously a bunch of people like in our broader community who are going to be facing the burden of this potential SNAP cut. When we are going out and flyering, I think something good that this has kind of sparked my mind from your question is looking for other ways to get involved. Question mark. Here are some places that you could additionally donate to. If we're looking to like mass pull resources from not only for campus but also for other organizations. So if you have any ideas on other organizations that are doing similar things that are in the broader Eugene community, or just looking for volunteers, it would be great if you could keep us with those orgs. But otherwise, we don't have any like solid plan on how we can support people outside of just students.
Just talk like an IP perspective as well. I just talked to Ken about possibly buying like food and donating and all that. So we are unable to use IP dollars to give out to the community. We can only feed students, unfortunately. So.
Thank you. And I along that lines too, on like they're gonna be asking homes to push out more of what the broader Eugene community is doing, because we recognize that there are staff, there are community members that follow our Instagram, keep up with what we do. So an example is like Laughing Planet. If you let them know that you want a SNAP adult meal or a SNAP kid meal, they'll give it to you for free, no questions asked. DoorDash is doing something nationwide right now. So there are those resources out there, and ASUO is going to be trying to push those out as soon as possible and trying to push out as many as possible.
I also want to plug Food for Lane County. I work there almost every summer, and they're all super nice people, and they always need volunteers. They have like at least 20 programs. It's like one of the biggest food things in the entire state. So, and the ENX line connects directly to it, so it's very accessible. Then Senator Heffernan.
Yeah, my initial question was answered. My new one is just, I might have misheard, but did Senator O'Neill specify the split between the $2,000 for the new line item and the $500 to the existing line item? Okay, then I yield.
Senator Cluster.
Okay, this is incredible. I just want to make sure I'm fully understanding this. So you're seeking donations and collecting food, and then you're also spreading the word on available resources.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Then just out of curiosity, do you have a plan for where the $2,000 is going to do to accomplish? Like, where is the $2,000 going to go to accomplish those two things? Do you have a breakdown on like where funding needs to go?
Yeah, so a lot of that is going to be directly towards making it possible. So purchasing the food is where the majority of that's going to come from. And then also, if needed, it's going to also supplement funding to drive the food up to PDX.
Okay. Yeah, we've also discussed with student engagement about if we are talking to, let's say, we do donuts, about just a regular scheduled coffee and donuts event, and they say, hey, we understand that there's a lot of SNAP stuff going on right now. We'd actually like to just give this to you for free, and that's definitely an ask that we're willing to make. If we don't end up utilizing all of this $2,000, of course, it's in the emergency relief line item, so we won't be able to use it for anything else. So we're happy to speak about this.
Okay, and then I just had two other comments. I would be happy to help with this, but I would love to get flyers specifically to the law school. We also have PDs in the law school that will display like digital flyers, which would be great because not only are there lots of donors from the staff and also students, but there's also need within the law school too. So I'm happy to help you connect with the team over there.
Awesome. Well, I'll team with you later. Thank you.
Awesome. And then while you're teaming me later, also I have a good communication channel that spans all our religious community here in the area that I'd also like to report out on this. So team, I know.
That concludes the speakers list, and if there's no more questions, we'll move to vote now. Starting with Senator Perez. Peters.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Skip.
Aye.
Hofferman.
Aye.
Heffernan.
Aye.
Diape. Jenkins Hiscox. Chisholm. Nagarajan. Stevenson. Aye. Withers.
Aye.
Bailey.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Questenberry.
Aye.
Ludeman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. Thank you, guys. Moving through the agenda, next we have the Jewish Law Student Association. Do we have a representative from the Jewish Law Student Association? Would someone like to make a motion to the table? Senator Withers.
I move to table the request from the Jewish Law Student Association.
Second question.
Motion made by Senator Withers, seconded by Questenberry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And the request from the Jewish Law Student Association has been tabled. Next, we have Persian Student Association. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and share a little about your request.
Hello, my name is John. I'm the president of Persian Student Association. I'm here to request $789 for our upcoming event, Yalda Night. Generally, Persian culture have three major events that they celebrate each year. And Yalda, which is the upcoming event that we have, is the second most important event that we host every year. In Yalda Night, usually people gather together, families gather together, eat a bunch of red-colored food, read poetry, and basically celebrate it together. And we try to kind of like bring that coziness here in you for both Persian and non-Persian students. It's a cultural event and it's open to everyone. We are expecting to have around 60 people there for our events, and we're planning to bring different kinds of foods and decoration that has a theme with Yalda and like red colors. The reason that I'm asking this surplus like budget request is like last year in the budget hearing, our club didn't receive the budget that we aimed for, and this year we only have budget for one of our events. So for this Yalda Night, currently we don't have any budget, and we've been told to request toward the surplus. The estimation amount for the surplus request is $789, but you can always round it up to 800 if you feel generous. Yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. We'll open the floor up to questions, starting with Senator Fisher.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. I do have a couple of questions. So this is funding the whole event or it's only part of the funding?
This funding is for a whole event.
The whole event, okay. And then your estimate of 60 attendees, how have you got to that number?
So our estimation is based on previous event that we had last year, and also the amount of like Persian and non-Persian communities that we are seeing in our events, which we have bi-weekly events. And we tried since like the start of the term to have a kind of like a Q&A, see how many people are willing to show up and this. And unfortunately, like last year for one of our major events, because of the short budget that we had to limit number of the people that was going to show up. But we're trying to like overpass that, and for this year and the years coming years to like have it open for everyone.
Yeah, that's great. And then I just wanted to ask, what is the other big event that you put on
Yeah. So there are two other major events that we have. One is Nowruz, is Persian New Year, which is the biggest event that we have, and another one is like Zavadar, which is after Nowruz. Traditionally in Persian culture, there is one celebration for every month that usually like they celebrate it with the fruits or the food that are related to that month. But nowadays there are only like 3 or 4 of these events that usually it's more common to celebrate it. These 3 events are the most important one of them that like everywhere is celebrated.
Yeah, I love this. I think it's great. I did the math and it works out to about $12 a person, which I think is very affordable. So I'm just gonna put the motion on the floor. I move to transfer from surplus to group name Persian Student Association OS number OS 320I to existing line item so sorry, let's see again.
Shabe Yapa.
Shabeyata.
Yeah, Yapa.
Okay, y'all, I see. In the amount of $289.
Motion made by Fisher, seconded by Withers. And Senator Withers. You have the floor, Senator Withers.
Oh, sorry, you.
And that concludes the speakers list, so we can now move to vote. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. And the motion's passed. Congratulations. Forward on the agenda. Yeah, Oregon Voice Magazine. Welcome, guys. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having us. I'm Oregon Voice Magazine editor-in-chief Elsa Rogers. You may know me from tabling outside the fishbowl where I shout repeatedly, "Would you like a copy of Oregon Voice Magazine?"
Hi, I'm Stella Ranaletti. I'm the art editor of Oregon Voice. This is my second year of the organization. We have like a little slideshow if you need it. Does that go on?
Oh, no, it's not. It hasn't been on before. This is so exciting. Yeah, we did have a slideshow.
Did you send it to the Sun Vice Pres email?
Yes.
Okay. Who would it be from?
It would be, I believe, from Oregon Voice Magazine, oregonvoice@gmail.com. Yeah, send by.
Download the PDF as well for us.
I believe that I sent you it in two different file formats. I wasn't sure which one was most convenient for you, so I sent it to you as a PDF as well as a PowerPoint. Great. Sweet. Okay. So we are requesting $3,566 to support some of our organizational growth goals for this year. That $3,566 was not part of our original budget request, but if you actually go back and look at our Engage page, our budget for this year is the exact same as last year. Our budget this year is approximately $13,000. Our budget before the last 2 years was about $12,000. We are the University of Oregon's longest running student-run arts and culture magazine. We've been around since 1989, but people don't really know about us. We have a very underground zine feel. We often have people come up and ask us if we are a choir group. So there's definitely a need for some organizational visibility and kind of boosting our presence on campus, and that's what these funds are going to help us do. So if you could move on to the next slide, please. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is actually a cute image of the cover of our most recent issue, the inside issue, which we distributed earlier this term. It's our mission to showcase and celebrate student creativity. We are proud to be independent, authentic, and student-run. We are not affiliated with the J School. We are ASU affiliated. We're strongly, fiercely independent, student-run magazine. Yeah, if you want to go on to the next slide. So yeah, with these funds, like I said, we're looking to increase our audience. We're hoping to boost organizational awareness and visibility, and we want to make Oregon Voice more accessible to more students. When people find out what Oregon Voice is, their minds are blown. I've seen it, I've tabled at events and seen how excited people are about this magazine, but nobody knows about it. It drives me crazy. So my main goal as editor-in-chief is to boost our readership. And I am hoping to be able to tell you how we're going to do that with these funds as we continue to want to move to the next one. Thank you so much. Okay, so the main thing that we were requesting funds for is a subscription to Issue. So this is an online publication platform where readers can access our magazine free of charge. It's utilized by several other publications on campus, including Align. We are absolutely hamstrung by our print budget. We are usually only able to print about 100 copies of every issue of Oregon Voice, which means that our readership is limited to that many copies. If people aren't able to pick up a copy in Allen Hall or come see us when we're tabling, they don't get to read it. This means that sometimes even people who submit to Oregon Voice aren't able to see their work celebrated in print, which obviously goes against our entire purpose as a magazine. We are frequently receiving Instagram DMs from people who are saying that they just didn't get a copy of Oregon Voice. We have to say, sorry, like we can't afford to print anymore. So letting us publish on issue would just be absolutely huge for us. This is a really critical goal of mine is to have us available online. And again, issue's free. We're paying $2,256 for an annual subscription, but all U.S. students and community members can access that for free if we publish it. And so that's super important to us. And this is for the annual subscription bill one time a year. And then if you want to move on to the next slide, we're also hoping to increase our print budget, but not by a significant amount. We are just hoping for a little bit extra money to print a few extra copies. Physical media is something that I love. I have a Blu-ray collection that I will not stop talking about. So this is just another kind of facet of my love of tangible media. And also it's so awesome to see your art in print. I want to give more students that opportunity. So I want to move on to the next slide. We're also going to get a vinyl banner printed. We reached out to UO Print Services and we're told that we can expect to pay between $172 and $200 for high quality vinyl banner. That'd be something waterproof. That'd be something sustainable that we're able to use for multiple years. Right now we have this absolutely beautiful Oregon Voice tabling sign that Stella made us, and I love it and it's fantastic. But obviously that's something that's getting put in our student org locker. That's something that's going to get taped to a table 10 times a year. That's something that's going to get hauled around in beautiful Eugene rain. And having a nice vinyl banner would just go a long way towards having it be a more efficient feeling organization, I guess. Increase the longevity of our club material if someone so to speak. But and then if you want to move on to the next slide. So what you see there are some of the promotional materials that we were offering during our block party tabling event. We had some very dated Oregon Voice stickers. The fun issue was published before I was even here, Hugo, and I'm a senior 3 years ago. I spent 200. And then the buttons were actually made by me using my own resources. So we are hoping to get an addition to our budget will allow us to purchase promotional material like more stickers to go with our magazine. Students absolutely love these. We have no stickers left after this event. Everyone took our pens. So this is just another kind of part of my goal of trying to get Oregon Voice to be more visible on campus. I've seen people with the stickers on their water bottles and stuff, buttons on their backpacks, and it makes me as editor-in-chief just absolutely thrilled to see Oregon Voice being on campus like that way. Like I really want to boost our presence, and I think this is a great way to do that. I just want to move on to the next slide. And then last but not least, actually I think this is the last. We are really hoping to get Oregon Voice branded apparel for our 7 editorial team members. We do not have branded apparel items. To my knowledge, we have not had them ever. Since 1989, you guys believe we never had t-shirts. That's crazy. We really want to promote unity on our editorial team and showcase our pride for Oregon Voice. I love Oregon Voice. I have button on my backpack that says I Heart Oregon Voice. And this would be something that we could wear to tabling events. This is something we could just wear casually, spread the OP love, I guess. And that's something that we're really excited about. And of course, we would be able to design it ourselves. We're really talented in our team. So that's something that we can definitely take care of. And looking at pricing options, I believe that Sticker Mule offers custom sweatshirts for $39 per person, which is under the $50 threshold limit for team apparel. I don't know if there's another slide. Okay, perfect. So thank you guys so much. I'm really going for this request. Now more than ever, I think it's really important to celebrate and encourage student creativity. That is such an act of rebellion in my mind in the face of everything that's going on in the world. And I want to be able to get Oregon Voice in the hands and on the phones of our U.S. students and the community at large. So, Ellie, you have anything to add?
Thank you for your support and all student publications on campus. I think that journalism, and whether it's arts and culture or like featured reporting, all of it's important to uplifting students and getting their voice out there. That's really all we want to do, is be able to give people opportunities to get their work out. you know, for some people, it's the first time they've ever been in a magazine. For a lot of them, it is. You have the mission date, so we really want to give that chance to everyone that wants it. And thank you for your support for the past few decades since. Thank you.
Thank you both for your time tonight, and thank you for your awesome presentation. I personally love this request. I love reading everybody's publications and all the different papers, so thank you guys. We will start discussion with Senator O'Neill.
Yeah, so my first question is, how many pages on average is per?
Yeah, on average, I was reviewing the past several issues that were still able to access the files out of it, our Google Drive, and most of the issues tend to be about 50 pages. So definitely not smaller and significant, but you know, it's not 100 pages, it's not 200 pages, and typically we're expecting to pay about $20 per printed book right now. So I actually reached out to UO Print Services to see about alternative printing options like different bindings and paperweights to see how we can reduce that per unit cost and really maximize the funds that we're getting. But I've yet to hear back from them on specific ways that we can reduce that issue cost.
Yeah, for sure. Printed books can definitely be quite expensive. So I would just like to say, first off, I fully support the purchase of the promotional materials, the purchase of the vinyl banner, and the branded material. I think those are all great. However, I just can't get behind spending $2,000+ on an online subscription. The thing is that I would love to put a lot of that money into the actual print copies because it's like you said, things are a lot cooler in print. I suppose what I would really bring into this is I've been the production editor of the Student Insurgent magazine for the last couple of years. You know, I really appreciate the hard work that y'all put into your publication, but like the Student Insurgent website is $16 per year to keep that domain up. And we print like a few thousand magazines every year, and I would really love to put all of that money into printing rather than this specific issue thing, because especially because you can put it onto other internet platforms like even Internet Archive. Student Insurgent puts all of ours up Internet Archive, and that's free. And so I think that that's just the main place that I have right now. I don't think that you should have to pay a subscription in order to get your content to everybody. I just don't think that that's good for free journalism and stuff like that. So I personally will be voting no on this unless it's amended. Just for context, Student Insurgent is about 40 pages. It's pretty thick paper, it's pretty glossy. I don't know if you've seen like the last couple of years of issues, but we'll get around 900 copies for a few $1,000s, like $5,000. Not super ideal. Printing is expensive, but I would just really love to see Oregon Voice and more copies in print. I think I got one Oregon Voice like one time 2 years ago, and they shouldn't be that hard to get. So I personally would encourage not getting the issue subscription because I really don't support stuff like that. But yes, would you guys be interested in switching, I guess, the values to just fully funding your printing instead?
So I definitely understand where you're coming from, and I really appreciate those resources that you're sharing with us. But I am really adamant about publishing this online. That's super important to me. And with that $2,256, based on our $20 per unit thing, $20 per unit print estimate, we can only expect to print about 112 more issues per year, which is not a significant increase in the number of issues we're printing. So I guess I'm just leaning the issue subscription because it's used by other clubs on campus. It's demonstrated as something that's accessible to students. And issue actually lets you track the number of views per issue or publication. So we would be able to see the direct impact that those funds are having on Oregon Voice's accessibility and see the actual number of people that are accessing Oregon Voice, which would help us a lot in submitting future requests for budget. And for our audience or our readership numbers, we'd be able to have those exact figures.
Well, you can also do that on a website, like a Wix website, I know at least. I'd just like to yield to Senator Bailey, who's also been an editor of the Student Insurgents.
You can also view the views on Internet Archive. Oregon Voice has existed for a very long time. So is Insurgent. We actually have a ton of your old issues in the Voice Center.
Yeah.
You guys should come by and maybe take a look at them, take some, because we have so many. Oh my God. But I think one of the ways that Insurgent has been able to grow its budget so exponentially and be able to publish so much and like also now publishes a newspaper that I do is because of our like craftiness and our use of like online resources. Like Internet Archive is not as flashy as say Issue. We're not, you know, on the same side as the Daily Emerald, but you don't need to be to have your stuff like accessible to the broader student community. We have our issues like on our website and then it links to the Internet Archive and then you can see all of our prior issues. I actually need to upload Magical Girl on here and start putting the Night Night Ruby on here too. But you can see all of the views, you can upload it for free, there's no cost. And I do think like I don't know that it's necessarily our job as the Senate to tell you as a student board what to do. But we are gonna vote how we believe. So in a sense, something is communicated there. And I want to see the Oregon Voice print more and print as much as the Insurgent does. But the Insurgent is only able to do that because of the way that it uses its resources. And if you're pro issue, we'll see how the vote goes. But if I vote no, which I think I might, it is because of this, because there is a resource already for this purpose. Get your stuff online, have people access it for free. Just the same as Issue, you upload it for free, and then ask us for more money to print because I want to see printing more. Back to giving.
Yeah, I guess to round it out, I'm sure like y'all know what you want for your issue. I definitely understand that. To second on Senator Bailey's point, this is just why I would vote no. And also if y'all were to come back requesting like $5,000 or something purely for printing, I would be happy to approve that. I think that printing is just the best. Like I really, it's just so nice, you know. So I will be voting no. I understand that it's not our place to tell you, you know, choose what you want to do, but yes, I yield.
Yes, the surgeon is so cool. How is what you guys do different from that? So I understand if someone doesn't.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Oregon Voice is a largely submission-based publication. So what we do is every term our editorial team will meet and we will vote on an issue theme for the term, and then we'll put out a call for submissions. And people will send us their art of all kinds that they think aligns with that theme. We are not picky. If you tell us, I guess our current theme that we're accepting for is the obsession issue. If you send us a picture of your dog and say, I'm obsessed with my dog, it should go in the obsession issue, we believe you and it's going in the next. Like, we really just kind of focus on celebrating student creativity and emphasizing that. In each magazine, our editorial team will also contribute our own art, our own work, creative works to it, as well as a series of several kind of recurring segments. So we have like the spectrum, we'll do polls on our Instagram and ask people questions like, you know, what star guides you is one that we did recently. And put those in the magazine as well. Just kind of a collection, a very eclectic collection of submitted student art and whatever the editorial team has gotten up to over the 10-week term.
Cool. That's super cool. Thank you very much. And I know that you guys are probably aware of the fact that there are other things that exist, but why is it that you guys have decided to put about 2/3 of the money that you're requesting into the subscription service specifically?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, Issue is utilized by other publications on campus. I pointed to Willamette. It's a really major publication on campus. And it's used by tons of different organizations all around the country and the world to just publications online. It's a really accessible platform. And what really throws the Issue is the fact that it's utilized by other organizations on campus. We understand that it's expensive. We understand that it's a subscription. But to us, Issue is the clear solution to our problem of accessibility and wanting students to be able to access that online. It's easiest for us to link in our Instagram. It's easy for students to Google and find us. It's easy for us to manage our uploaded works. I believe that there are a few copies of Oregon Voice on an Issue account that we have. We are not able to add any more to Issue due to constraints with page numbers and file size that apply to the free plan.
Cool. Thank you very much for all of that. I yield.
Request Mary.
Thank you for coming here tonight and thank you for being so prepared and answering all of our questions. I really appreciate that. I have a couple questions for you. With the annual subscription, is there any option to switch that to monthly or is it only flat?
So you can put it to monthly, but it's significantly more expensive to pay on a monthly basis, because of course it is. And I was unsure if that would mean having to fill out like a monthly purchase request to fulfill that subscription. I do not want to do that. So I figured it would just be easier and more cost effective for us to purchase a one-time yearly subscription. That way that we can have one line item on our budget that's yearly issue subscription, deal with it once a year, and just utilize that service to its full potential through the rest of the year.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes total sense, and that's exactly how those models work. That it works in community monthly. Okay, and then my next question for you is, based on your experience, would you say that there is a demand for the 100 copies, and also is there a demand for online viewership? How did you get that number, and where are you getting that?
Absolutely, yeah. There is an incredibly large demand for print copies of Oregon Voice, but I think a large part of that is due to the fact that that's the only way you can get it. That has been the only way you can get it since 1989, except for several very old issues of Oregon Voice that I found on issue when I went to go to their website and there was password saved. Yeah. So typically we're going to about 100 to 120 copies of Oregon Voice. And we will leave 20 to 30 copies in archiving in Allen Hall, that's right near the elevators on the first floor. And then we'll table and distribute the rest. So typically our tabling events, we will see about 80-ish people taking magazines, but that's only because those are the magazines that we have left after we distribute them at Allen Hall. Our tabling events are obviously open to the public. We table right outside the EMUs. Anybody for the 3 to 4 hours that we will sit out there can come and grab a magazine. I will shout at you to come and grab a magazine. But then after that, there's no more. It's done. There's no more printing. There's no more. So being able to publish on issue is a really great way for us to kind of give Oregon Voice issues some longevity, make sure that they're not just being taken by the same people every time, making it easier to access for more students on campus. Yes, there's definitely a demand for copies for sure, but there's also a much larger demand that we're just not able to meet at this time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That was very comprehensive.
Thank you.
To kind of share with where I'm at with this, I'm generally not opposed to this idea at all. I don't think it's our role as a Senate to police your money in this way. You have a very well thought out plan and you know what fits your organization best. And publications vary from needs and accessibility. And so to say that what works for one publication is the only way to do something is something I disagree with. And so I'm happy to make the motion and see where we're at as a Senate, but I'm wondering if you could give me a breakdown on the line items and the amount in each line item. The engage form only has like the one sum total.
I actually filled out the description pretty thoroughly, and I thought that I'd done a fantastic job on Engage and made a nice little dash bullet point for you guys. But I'm seeing this absolutely gigantic block of text. I do apologize. That was not how I wanted that to be formatting when it was big with movie and I wrote it down. Absolutely, yes. So right now we're at $2,256 for an issue subscription. And then the rest of it is kind of filed under that advertising budget, the advertising and kind of print services budget. So that is funding for the vinyl banner, that is funding for additional print copies. We're asking, I believe, as for my request, we are asking for an increase of $400 to our print budget, which will allow us to print approximately 115 copies of each of our 3 issues this year. We would like to purchase custom stickers as per Sticker Mule, which is a SOFS approved sticker vendor. We can purchase die cut stickers for 73 cents to $1.20 each, depending on the quantity purchased. The per unit price of each sticker goes down the more you purchase. So we would be hoping to purchase custom stickers that align with the theme of each issue of Oregon Voice and give those out during our tabling event. So that would be 3 separate sticker purchases per year on theme with the issues. They also offer 4x6 sticker sheets for $3.30 per sheet, which is something we're also really excited about looking at. That's part of that advertising budget as well. And then finally, the Oregon Boys brand apparel is $36.29 per hoodie. That would be for 7 people. We intentionally left a little bit of ambiguity in how we were intending to spend some of those promotional funds, just because we didn't know exact quantities of stickers and some of the other promotional materials that we would like to purchase. Is that a sufficient breakdown for you, or should I? Or would it work for you?
No, that was excellent, the numbers. I just need to know exactly how much I'm putting into which line item. So I have the 2,256 to the issue subscription line item.
Yes.
And then how much to which line item?
Let me see here. Sorry, I am just on my phone, so I don't know that I am actually
looking at the budget that you did attach.
She passion a shop on.
Okay, I see it now. So make sure I have this correct. You tell me if this is right or not.
Sure.
So we've got the issue subscription, 2,256. We have press printing for 400 and advertising and merchandising for 800. And then the issue release tabling for 110.
Yes, I was just gonna say, I'm adding that up on my calculator, as you say, and I'm like, that's like $110 more. Yes, yes, the entire sum total of our request should be $3,566 for those 3 line items. And that's, I believe, adding a new line item and increasing the budget of 2 existing line items, which would be print. Or actually, it might be 3 existing line items. I think we had launch party as a line item.
Okay, let's see if I can do this in one go. Okay, I moved to authorize spending from surplus to group Oregon Voice Magazine OS number OS069I in the amount of $400 to line item press printing, $2,256 to line item issue subscription, $800 to line item advertising and merchandising, $110 to issue releasing table. For a total of $3,566.
Motion made by Questenberry, seconded by Stevenson. We'll continue debate. Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator Smith.
Say it really quick because people have already said it, and I was gonna ask something about the line item, but I don't think it's respectful or appropriate to tell organizations how, if they want to do something digitally, I don't think it's appropriate to tell them that you want to see more print because that's their platform.
Okay, Stella, I have a couple questions about a line. Okay. Sure. How do the line pay for their issue? Oh, Stella is also an exempt for a line. This is why I'm asking. Do you know how a line pays for the issue subscription?
So you know Mia Nicholson, our amazing finance person who handles this. So I actually am very ignorant about that, but I know that it's from our ASUO budget, and that's not something we've asked for surplus. It was given.
And you guys have, you would assume you have the like the unlimited option.
Yeah, I think there's like 3 where there's like a free one that you can upload like 5 that are under like 10 megabytes, whatever. And then that's one we have for Oregon Voice. And so we have like old issues that just exceeded it. And so we have like or so that are on there. Sorry. Okay. And then yeah, Line has it from ASUO as well. And we have the one that just is like unlimited. Whatever. And like I also totally get that that's like an expensive purchase. And I think like I've been able to find a lot of other student magazines at other universities through Issue. It's great because it's kind of the standard platform. Like I discovered another one called Spark Magazine from Austin, Texas, and it's a super cool place. So like, yeah, it's just a great, it's a little more communal. Like you can just find the other ones out there. And I think, yeah, that's how Line is. I'm actually not sure how Lux or Ascend is, but I'm not sure how they do it because they're not, I don't believe they're ASUO.
I was just gonna add really quickly, one, we do have several PDFs in our Google Drive of past issues that would now be accessible to students via issue. We were able to upload those. And then two, I was also going to add in my financial year 26-27 budget request, I did include a request for $2,256 for an annual issue subscription. So I'm hoping to use surplus funds this year to initially start an issue subscription for us, and then be able to keep that going in future budgets throughout the years.
That's the one thing I was gonna add is that they did not take a increase last year. They kept the same budget, so that's all you know.
Senator Withers.
I do feel pretty conflicted about this, and I really understand the notion of like we shouldn't be telling orgs how to spend money. But I think something important to remember for us all is that it is not their money yet. It is still student money, and it is our job to delegate student money how we deem proper. And if somebody on Senate does not feel like what the money is going to go to is proper, then they do not need to vote yes on it. I completely understand like why it may seem kind of offensive to you guys, but also we are the decision makers. And if people who have a lot of experience in doing what you guys are doing and they have an opinion about it, then it makes sense that they're voicing that opinion. I yield.
Senator Press.
Hey guys, thanks for being here. Sorry, this is a little redundant. I don't really know well when it comes to like printing, but so if you didn't have the subscription, you wouldn't be able to upload your content.
So what this issue subscription could do for us is give us an online publishing platform. And again, right now, Oregon Voice is only accessible to U of students who come to pick up one of maybe 110 maximum print copies of Oregon Voice, either during our tabling events or in Allen. This would allow students to access it at any time, anywhere, from the comfort of their own homes, on their phones, wherever they want, however they want. So this is just a way for us to get Oregon Voice way more accessible to people, because again, right now, the only way that you can get it is in print, in a Covey and Allen, or at a tabling event. And once those copies are gone, they're gone.
And when you guys have to pay for the subscription, but for students to access it, is it free on our end?
Yes, it is 100% free for students to access all of our publications online on Issue. So we are footing the bill to have that platform, but no, it would be absolutely free for anyone, not just U of O students, to access Oregon Voice magazine. So, you know, when my grandma asks to see what I've been up to, I can send her this link. It's something that we can include in the link tree in our Instagram bio. It's something that we can include on Oregon Voice, you know, new issues or here Instagram post. It's something that we can include on our Engage page. Like, this is really the way for us to get ourselves out there, we think. So thank you for your question. Do you have any more?
Yeah, and again, sorry to be repetitive, but I think the third question Mary asked is, can you clarify more on like how you like know there's a demand for this?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. So typically we'll receive, would you say about 30-ish submissions? Yeah, per year. Okay, so per issue. Yeah, sorry, per issue. So if we're receiving 30 submissions per issue, that's 30 people straight off who want a copy of Oregon Voice. Think about all those people's roommates and friends and parents and everyone else who want to see this person's creative work. Let's say maybe that's 5 people per person that submits. So now there's 150 people who want to read Oregon Voice. Too bad. At least 40 of those people are not able to access it. We will have people DM us on Instagram after tabling events and say, you know, I'm so sorry I wasn't able to make it to tabling. Can I please get a copy? We will have people pick up 2 or 3 copies to give to friends. We will have people just all the time reaching out to us to ask how they can get a copy of Oregon Voice. And at this time, we were having to kind of turn them away. Do you want to?
Oh, just as a thing I just thought of, I work for the Mills International Center, and love them, shout out. My boss, so Neha like came by our tabling and took some of ours to bring there. So it's not just for like immediate giving to one student that comes up to us. Like, we want to put our issues in like lounges and in the EMU, like I'm here all the time. And so it kind of is also for like faculty and departments, and it's trying to reach as many people as we can. It's just hard.
Yeah, the UO English department is actually super jazzed about us. I went and dropped off a poster for them to hang up on their official board in PLC, and they could not have been more excited about Oregon Voice. So this is something that, you know, departments and affiliated creative organizations would also be able to share and distribute. And get us out there that way. You know, occasionally we will DM women in creative industries or other organizations on campus that are creative or arts focused, and ask them to share calls for submission. This is something that we can send to them and say, hey, you know, can you post this new issue of Oregon Voices now online?
Gotcha, thank you. And do you know how much it would cost if you were to print it? Like, do you have a rough estimate?
So typically our printing is it's $20 per issue, and let's just say we're printing an average of maybe 110 issues per year. Per term, it's approximately $2,200 every time that we go to print Oregon Voice for a relatively limited number of print copies. And again, I am corresponding with Yoga Services to try to see if we can reduce that per unit cost and be able to really maximize our print budget. But all of the information that I was able to find in our correspondence history by email with the print services was an average of about $1 per issue. That's a 7x9 that with print.
Gotcha. So over time, you'll be saving more money really soon.
Yes, absolutely. So the annual cost of issue is maybe slightly more expensive than the average print cost for each of our issues. So think about if 10,000 people access this online or it gets 10,000 views, that's infinitely more views per dollar, I guess, than what we're getting from our print copies right now.
Thank you. And last thing to like cap it all off, can I get my dog on there again?
Yeah. So you can either DM at Insta Oregon Voice, that's our Instagram, or you can email us at oregonvoice@gmail.com. We would love for you to include maybe a poem about your dog and why you're obsessed with your dog. So we can really underscore that this is a beautiful piece of super creative work. It's an expression of your obsession of your dog. But I would love to see your dog in the issue. Thank you. Absolutely, thank you.
Sure. I want to open William Stevenson on the second list.
Hi, guys. Thanks so much for being here.
Hello.
All right. Here's what I'm thinking. I don't really have a question, but I do want to put forward what I'm thinking. I do agree that I think the subscription service. Maybe I do have a question. Here's my thought. My thought is that I am a little confused in understanding the want and the need to advertise more, coupled with the fact that if we put this online, it will also like fulfill the demand. So I'm kind of confused on like, on one hand, we need more advertising because not enough people know, and on one hand, it's going to fulfill a demand. So I'm a little confused on that. But like more than that, I think the subscription service is also where I'm stuck at. I think everything else is amazing, and I would love to support that. The subscription service is where I'm a little stuck at just because of that like kind of flippy flop thing that I've got going on in my head. But I did also want to say that like I think you guys are doing a great job. I think you guys are explaining everything well. And I just want you to know that like admittedly, I think some of the things that have been presented to you were not presented in such a kind way. And I'm sorry for that.
Well, I only got a 13 out of 17 on the quiz, but I'd like to call a point of order because Robin should be on the primary list because I yielded to no.
It's only when you recognize something in the list. So anyone who's raised their placard that been called on, they raise their placard again, you on second list.
Okay, well, I need to retake that quiz anyway. Yeah. Oh, sorry, my mouth touched the mic. Okay. So I understand, well, first off, I just like to apologize for being disrespectful. Should it have been disrespectful because I don't mean to have such an intention. But to make and I will redact this statement of that. I do agree with Senator Quessenberry that, not everything works for all organizations. I fully understand that. But part of my issue with the request as well is that every request I tend to think of not just the request in itself, but also a request similar to what Senator Withers said out of our total allocated money, and $2,000 can do quite a lot. And I just feel that $2,000 for something that can do so much, like that can literally put on an event with food and stuff, that in the ballroom with like tons and tons of people, something like that. I just don't feel comfortable spending $2,000 on that when it could be free or like $50 or less. So, I'd also like to thank Senator Withers for what she said, because I appreciated that. But yes, you.
Okay, I sort of like said before, I really want to the Internet Archive is an incredibly valuable resource. They run the Wayback Machine. If you've ever needed to bypass the paywall for an article, this is the site, the organization that does it. The Internet Archive will publish it for free. I don't take issue. I don't take issue with you guys as students and as people figuring out what you want to do, how you want to run your org, what is the best way to publish things online for your org. I know that's hard. I struggle with that too. I take issue with issue as an organization that is preying upon people to charge these absurd subscriptions to publish online, which is something you could do for free with the Internet Archive. I know Align does it. That's a decision that they make in their budget. And I have no control over that as an academic senator in CAT. But I just think in my eye, because, and again, echoing what Withers said earlier, yeah, we can't tell you what to do, but ultimately our votes decide what money you get to spend. Which is an important distinction. We have power here and we're exercising it with every single word that we say. I think we should really think about that a lot more and consider that actively. I'm appalled sometimes with the things that I hear people say about previous senators anyway. Okay, all right. Anyway, whatever the outcome of this is, I love the Oregon Voice. I love that it is a submissions oriented magazine. The Insurgent is like that too. I think that's what makes these publications beautiful, and why I prefer them to some others personally, as a person. And I don't know, you guys do what you want. I'm gonna vote no, because I don't support issue, and I don't think we should give student money to issue when it's something you can do for free by utilizing the Internet Archive's resources. People can access that for free too. You can upload it for free, and it doesn't cost $2,000. That's all. I'm just repeating myself again, but it's free. And then you could come back with more money and ask to grant more. And I think you should. I yield.
Did you guys know Internet Archives was free? Did you guys know that?
I actually do have some experience working with Internet Archive in a variety of contests, both personal and professional, and I have nothing against the Internet Archive. I have been able to access books and everything else on there. I've used it for classes. I've used it for everything. I have nothing against Internet Archive. I'm not opposed to publishing Oregon Voice on the Internet Archive. I would actually be happy to do that in conjunction with our publication on issue, if that was something that the senators were more agreeable to. I really want to make it clear that I believe the issue is the best option for Oregon Voice to be publishing on. But again, to reiterate, I would be more than willing to post issues of Oregon Voice on both the Internet Archive and issue to make them even more accessible to a wider audience. And I do understand that cost is a really big factor here. But again, based on our research and our conversations with other organizations on campus, issue is kind of what we're really hoping for. And I, again, would be happy to publish on Internet Archive as well.
And thank you so much for that. And again, I know you answered this question earlier, but
why are you guys choosing to use Issue aware of the cost and the?
I'm sorry. Please make sure you're recognized before you speak. I let you get the one question in, but just in the future, like, make sure we're maintaining order when you speak. Because you weren't recognized when you spoke. You are going to continue, but I just wanted to clarify for the rest of the Senate because you were unrecognized when you started.
Thank you. Okay, so again, to reiterate my question, you guys are aware cost and, there are
Yeah.
3 options. For the rest of the Senate, again, why is it that you are ignoring the free option for this other thing that is a cost?
So I would like to reframe your question a little bit. We are not ignoring free options. We are making a conscious decision to publish on Issue, because of the fact that it's utilized by other publications on campus. And as Stella said, it's utilized by similar publications across the country. Stella actually referenced Spark, from Austin. So this puts us in conversation with other publications. This makes us more accessible to a much larger community. And again, that I do understand that the Internet Archive is very accessible and free. But bullet point, why Issue ? Align uses it. We have experience working with it, so Oregon Voice editorial staff members will not need to learn to navigate an application platform. And it gives us all the features that we want. It's got cute little flips for when you flip the magazine pages. It allows unlimited file size uploads with this premium subscription. There's no issue with length. There's no issue with size. So those would be my key reasons. And I would be happy to elaborate more on that at a later time, but I'm hoping that that's for you.
It definitely is.
All right, thank you.
I would like to, I call the question.
This is a vote on whether or not to end debate. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The debate has ended and we will now move to a roll call vote. Perez. Aye. Peters.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Offerman. Heffernan. Amody FM. Jenkins Hiscox.
Aye.
Chisholm. Stevenson.
Aye.
Withers.
Aye.
Bailey.
Nay.
Fisher.
Nay.
Westergaard.
Aye.
Ludeman.
Aye.
And I say nay. Ten yeses, 6 noes, the motion passes. Congrats, guys.
Thank you guys very much for I want to make it clear, I don't feel disrespected. I appreciate the discourse that's been had here this evening. I'm a huge proponent of free and accessible media. So I do want to thank the senators who spoke up and encouraged us to pursue alternatives. That's really awesome to me, and also Read Oregon Voice. Thank you guys very much for your time.
I just want to make a quick comment to all the senators. I was gonna do it in the midst of the motion or of the, but it went a little out of order. I just want to remind everyone that we are here to work with students, not against them. And even when you have differing opinions, to maintain respect with these works. Yes, we are in the position where we control if money is approved, yes or no. But it's not our money just as much as it's not theirs. And it's not like it's students' money. And so withholding it in a way that puts us in some weird like superiority over orgs makes it really uncomfortable when they have to come and present these requests. So please, I know these meetings are long and we still have a lot more to go through. Please like take some time, take some like deep breaths and like think about how we are treating people in this environment, because this is how they think of ASUO and this is what they take with them when they leave this room. I do.
Thank you again. We appreciate it. Good night.
Yeah.
Here's y'all.
Senator Taylor.
Hi. Y'all have been sitting here for like 2.5 hours, and I feel like it could be a good time for a recess. So I move to call a recess.
Motion made for a recess. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
We have a lot of people being directed. I'm gonna arbitrarily call one 5-minute recess.
Yeah.
You for sure know it.
I'm gonna ask.
Yeah. Okay. Break down.
For that, or, okay, I'll be.
I was kind of thinking about. And then, yeah, and then I always say how much. Do you write down the? Four.
So that explain.
I talked to Hank, but I couldn't take it with me. That should be everything. Alright, so let's.
Yeah, that's right. It's about.
So what? Yeah, I have like a joking mask for
Fair finance.
So I have that, I don't have the second one.
Yeah.
The second like that. Like a line. What about you? Have you picked your mark? What? I like the whole drop down. This. Are you painting yourself or no? Have you picked your costume?
But hey,
Have you picked your costume?
I don't know.
So I guess with the leaves love, you said the numbers are right. And so it's gonna go back to people. They had just about one. I was gonna say how you guys want to get I just want to say.
Okay, so Xander. What they, right? But based on my. Okay, so. I like it. No, I like it.
Right.
Like, there's no, I looked in the. Okay. I looked, there's no. How much are they about this?
I think you should
Yeah, don't forget. That's fundraising.
It's like.
Guys should.
Okay.
Yeah. You want Lincoln or do you want, just like Lincoln for there, and I gotta dig in here, you want anything up there? Number. I don't know, so bad, I'm like, shit. Like, what they want, the next year, maybe the. Yeah. That, what did I talk about?
Oh, yeah, snacks.
Are you guys still on? No, yeah, perfect. Is that, okay. Well, what?
Try them.
Yeah, try those.
It wasn't working for other.
Here, you want a fruit cup?
I don't feel it.
I think they're bad. I have some, I have other snacks, but I'm handing out my preferred snack flat.
Yeah.
And I don't care about preference for others, so you can give me what you don't like.
Yeah. If it gets down to it, I have other things. I prefer not to give, but I will.
Thank you.
I'm here to share.
You were the motion Santa, now you're the food Santa.
I know, honestly, food bank, it's just me. I'm running the food bank. I am the ASUO Senate food bank.
There we go.
But Adrian, you the thing I gave you. And it's under. I don't care, that's part of the problem.
Oh, yeah, that's big,
Hold it.
I got you one bite.
That's fine, but I'm gonna watch it until it's gone. And if you're not gonna have to make sure everyone's gonna ask you. Right, don't get it up. I can't wait for you every day. Because people need to eat, and it's important that they eat. But sometimes I want.
Yeah.
Nicole, since I gave you some snacks. We have to fill that.
Yeah, I think to my face, they were like, we're still, I don't think, like, it's okay to feel, we're making decisions on money that like affects how people run their clubs. That can hurt.
Have you guys? I have. And I have questions. What did you eat once?
Let's say it up. Well,
Let's hire the two other people, bro.
Reactivate Instagram and post on your Instagram, I'm actually not quitting. So it'll get the message out to everyone. Why I'd rather stay in Senate than go back on Instagram. What?
Yeah, literally, what? Between those two things?
So, if you're not going back on Instagram, that means you have to stay in Senate. Logical reasoning. I appreciate it. I just like. I have a lot going on. There's a lot going up, you know, all the time. This is our dream, you know, like.
I like these thing cushy chairs, bro. It makes me feel nice.
really close. Yeah. In the microphone.
Okay, I will say when you fill all of it, it should be so crowded.
Yeah.
Last year, I would die. I would literally side. I was horrible, and I like both of them too. Like.
So.
They found that name.
Yeah, they have another reason about.
Like, this is my last draw.
Oh, yeah.
I quit. Exactly. Like maybe the week before the end of the year.
Then. We're laughing at it. I'll do that.
Nobody did it. Nobody.
Literally.
Like nobody's gonna be like, you know,
We all begged her to stay, like that's not a bad thing at all.
I just like when you break up with a boyfriend, he's like, no, like, hi.
Is that what you're saying? Like, you're like,
You're there. No, like,
what are you thinking about?
Sorry, just said it. If it's in your phone, there.
You realize I know we're back.
I want to just always just goes against yourself. Like, you're so can't do this. Can't do it. I call him, right? Roy.
I don't believe in Roy. He's not psychology. No. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, but as a therapist, you can't like, you know what I mean?
One about 8 ago, when I was in the election. I didn't probably. I didn't know it. Yeah, I mean, like, and I woke up. That was like a year and a half ago. Wow. Like, but like, a lot of things that I don't want to see. It's a great couple of but like,
Multiple sabbatical, bro. Sabbatical.
just like go through the application. Like, it's not great.
Hey, retire, bro.
And then,
You did win a Super Bowl.
I wish the ACO worked not the way that it did because I would totally be like, I need you to pay me more than make it. You know, like if I can negotiate my salary, you know, I want to be my therapist.
Make a fun fact. Yeah. Wait.
Oh my god, yes. My chair, I don't want to be. I've been to one academic spelling this entire year.
That one you're not. Why would you? You guys have been to the other two. Like that one was by far the worst.
The biggest issue with Senate is I don't want to go to academic.
What? Like I guess so. Like you can make whatever you want.
But I want to not go.
It's like just.
I mean, you can spontaneously get sick at every one and then you're fine.
I don't think that Mr. Sparrow.
You think they're filing a fulfillment of duties against anyone in AC?
They can't like that. No, not
Like, we're,
oh,
I would,
yeah,
Like I am indifferent, bro. I am indifferent, bro. You get a pay rise, whatever, bro. Whatever.
It's your work for you.
Nah.
We all pretended it never happened. Really, that's it.
Like other. No, it's like.
Lighter, baby.
It's how, record the knowledge. Gone. They never interact with my I don't know, but I got it. It doesn't start really good. Yeah. I know it's so much higher than the same amount right now in Boston. It's fine. I also. No.
All right, I'm calling this meeting back to order. Moving forward with our surplus request for the evening, we will resume with Jewish political peace, University of Oregon. Welcome, thank you guys for coming.
Thank you for having us. My name is Sadie. I am one of the co-chairs for Jewish Voice for Peace. Hello? Yeah, there we go. But yeah, thank you for having us. My name is Sadie. I'm one of the co-chairs for Jewish Voice for Peace.
I'm Cole. I'm the other co-chair for Jewish Voice for Peace. Happy Halloween.
So what is Jewish Voice for Peace? You can also skip to the next slide. So JVP is a grassroots anti-Zionist Jewish organization. We're committed to the fight for collective liberation, justice, and equality, particularly for justice in Palestine. We mainly focus our work on doing cultural and religious, as well as activism. So all of the above, mainly for justice in Palestine. That's kind of our main goal. And we're also looking at the Rookie of the Year award from last year. So please get to the slide.
Yeah, okay, so why are we here? We're requesting a budget for this year. Basically, last year we did not get a big one. This is not pointing blame at anyone here. I wasn't on the first quarter, so I don't know exactly what was happening there. Like recognized in that fall. I went to the year meeting, the PSC meeting. I wasn't like exactly there yet. So basically we need a budget for this year. To host events. Part of our goals is to build anti-Zionist Jewish community spaces for Jewish students that aren't blatantly Israel-centric, and doing that with funding usually because meals are like huge. Past events. So on the left, this is Iman Abdelhadi, sociology professor at University of Chicago. She actually just got arrested a week ago protesting ICE. So keep her in your thoughts. There are about 160 people at this event. We helped organize it. I believe this was one of the scholars here on the Global Justice Fund, which was a product of the encampment deal, bringing speakers to talk about Palestine. One of our previous graduated was like really instrumental in organizing that, along with Mohammed from MSA, who's also graduated. On the right, this was the first JVP MSA Solidarity Dinner. About 100 people. This was right after the encampment, so spring 2024. It was really wonderful. Food was from Cafe Soraya, which is a local Palestinian restaurant. Yeah, you can keep going.
Yeah, so the picture at the top is from our first Shabbat dinner of this year. That took place earlier this month on October 10th. We had about 50 people who showed up. We also had food from Cafe Soraya at this dinner. It was really lovely. We had remarks from Ibrahim, the owner of Cafe Soraya. He's been a really
strong ally of ours for the past couple of years, and we definitely want to keep that relationship going. And then on the bottom right is from our Tu B'Shvat celebration from last winter. This took place in the snow under the trees right across from Johnson Hall, and it was a really beautiful event. We got to have our Seder, celebrate our holiday, and build strong Jewish, anti-Zionist Jewish community. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. And then here, this is an example of one of our campaigns. This took place last spring. We went on hunger strike for Gaza. We had about 30 participants who actually went on hunger strike. And we had a ton of support from like the community, students and faculty were strong supporters of us. As a result of this, we won another scholarship for Student from Gaza to come study here, which was an extension from our encampment agreement from 2024. We also got a written promise of the campus not assisting ICE and declaring us as a sanctuary campus in writing. And then we also raised $2,000 for families who are in Gaza. We were in direct contact with them, and this campaign was mainly focused on raising money and raising awareness as well. And this campaign was a nationwide event or action, I guess, and we were able to connect with a lot of other universities for it. We were also featured on Democracy Now!, Real News Network from Baltimore, and also Registered Guards. So it definitely reached a lot of people through this, and it's a great campaign, and we want to continue doing more things like that.
Okay, onto line items. So this is the big one. Our events are like the place where we reach people really. People come to a dinner because they feel comfortable. Unfortunately, a lot of students, especially Jewish students, don't always feel comfortable going straight to a JDP meeting when we're known as like the anti-Zionist Jews. There's a lot of terms that you may about that. So dinners are like a really important way for us to bring people in. Last year, because we didn't have a budget, we did a bunch of them potluck style. This year, in order to foster those relationships with Ibrahim from Cafe Soraya, which is a local Palestinian restaurant, and he's like a really key community figure that we want to have more connections with, we're trying to get 3 dinners from Cafe Soraya, which are about 1,700. The exact order, I think, is on the next slide, but we can see that in a second. Yeah, we can go there in a second. But it's roughly 50 people. Trying to balance that out by funding ourselves for the other 3 Shabbats that we're trying to do, so we can hit 2 per quarter. These are potluck style, everyone brings their own food. Serve 50 to 60 people generally. And then at the end of the year, one really big dinner with MSA. This is now annual. This will be the 3rd year of doing it. These, I think every year bring over 100 people. So it's a bit more expensive. We're going to try to coordinate with MSA to split the costs effectively, but like we will be covering most/all of it with this. I don't know why. It was a little bit more last year, and I don't know why. So we're going to look into the funding on that, but this should be perfect for it. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, here's just the breakdown. Cafe Soraya always has a lot more food than they say they do per person, so this actually feeds a bit more. Yeah, that's I don't know if you can read it. It's not super zoomed in, but that's how the food is spent. I also quickly want to mention that we took a trip to Baltimore and then to New York, and we're not asking for funding for any of that. That's all self-funded, so you don't have to worry about that. 5 people went. You can go on. Okay. This is our other line item, much smaller. $50 for snacks per term, $150 for art supplies, so $600 total. Really, this is like a couple meetings where we want to welcome more people. We're bringing in some food just as an incentive. And then art supplies. This is honestly like really useful for meetings. It's good to have an activity there. It makes it a lot more comfortable to chat. And then also like for campaigns, this is really important. Anytime we have a banner at a campaign, that costs money. Anytime that we are making any items for it, we had to buy microphones for our hunger strike to really do effective messaging. All of that costs money. It should cover it. So, yeah. that is our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you all for all your hard work you do here on campus. We will now open the floor for questions, starting with Kayla Fisher.
Hi guys, thanks so much for being here. First of all, I love the Halloween theme presentation. I love presentations. I make all my presentations pink. I love when people give us more than just white slides and black text. You guys did great. I did have, okay, my first question, you kind of answered it, but I was wondering if you could give a little more detail. So the event, the dinner that you usually do with MSA, do you not know how much they're able to contribute, or you just like haven't worked out the details yet?
We need to work with them to figure out the details. Basing it off of the past years is tricky because we didn't have a budget, and I believe that we went to surplus one year, but the other year was through a different budget. In total, I think it was like 3K, but I don't know how it was that much because it's only food for 100, which is not that much more than our other one. So I'm pretty confident that the 2K is enough and that MSA can cover anything else.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't be more detailed.
No, that's fine. And then you can say no. Do you know what happened with your previous exec that there was no budget? Very Saul?
I was just, that's why I'm on speakers, but they were recognized too late in the year to participate in the budget process for this fiscal year. So just student orgs or any student orgs that are recognized in this term will not be able to have a budget like next year. So it wasn't anything they did wrong. They just didn't have time.
Cool. Thank you so much. That's all I've got, and I love this. So I'm just gonna make the motion. I move to authorize spend.
Real quick, just so you know, we can take this from unallocated reserve. Just to check that.
We can. I love this for you guys. Unallocated reserve is my favorite place to take money from. I move to authorize spending from unallocated reserve to group Jewish Voice for Peace OS number OS 373 in the amount of $7,100 to new line item events and $600 to new line item culture campaigns / meetings for a total of $7,700.
Second Fisher.
Motion made by Fisher, seconded by Fisher. And we'll now continue with deliberation. So our Senator Stevenson, how do you go? Oh. You want to?
I was going to make a motion, but what is the Rookie of the Year award that you guys got? I saw that on the first slide, but what does that mean?
It's what's it called? Like the programmings. Also, let's do another quote did it, by the way. But the programmings is like the end of year ASU thing, and they hand out awards, and that was like the one.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. I yield.
Senator O'Neill.
Yeah, I was also just gonna make the motion. You did great stuff. I call the question.
Question has been called. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And we'll now go to vote. Starting with Perez. Aye. Peters.
Aye.
Fisher.
We stay.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Opperday. Heffernan.
Aye.
Aye. Jenkins Hiscox.
Aye.
Chisholm. Stevenson.
Aye.
Withers.
Aye.
Haley.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Questenberry.
Aye.
Ludeman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. Congrats, guys.
Thank you. I can say.
That's not good.
And next we have National Organization of Minority Architecture Students.
Hi, I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person. We had a site visit today with architecture and I did not think that I would make it in time, but seeing that it's now 10 p.m., I guess it could have been worked out. Anyway, thank you guys for being here so late and being willing to listen and help us with our budgeting. I really appreciate it. We are the National Organization of Minority Architecture Students. I'm also here with one of my officers, Raman Bajwa, who is attending University of Oregon's Architecture Portland campus, and she's been helping us do a lot of networking with NOMA PDX, which I will get into later in the presentation. So you can go ahead to the next slide. NOMAS is the National Organization of Minority Architecture Students. It's a student organization that aims to empower minority and marginalized architecture students. Just a brief history, we were founded in 1971, and we currently hold 95 chapters across colleges in the US, and we are now international and hold one student chapter in Canada, which is really exciting. Next slide, please. NOMA National kind of runs on the 3 E's, which is to educate, elevate, and empower both students and professionals. So NOMA does all that they can to help educate minorities and get them where they need to be within the field of architecture. NOMA PDX has done a study to show that there are only 26% of architects in Portland are minorities. And of that 26%, only 18 are licensed. And so what NOMA is doing is, in their efforts, they are trying to help with the education that we have provided for minorities and also provide free resources for those minorities to help them become licensed architects so that we are more represented in the field of architecture itself. Next slide, please. So far, NOMA has existed. I was actually approached by a professor during my freshman year, and she asked me if I would like to be a part of the group of students that starts the National Organization of Minority Architecture Students here on campus. And within that year, she was aiming to send myself and a group of students to the NOMA conference that happened in Portland in the year of 2024. We've actually been able to send students this year thanks to faculty funding. And so we had 2 of our students go to the NOMA conference Future Unfolding in Kansas City during the second week of October. And they were able to come to us with not only connections that they made within the field of architecture, but with more information about seminars, courses, etc., that can build architecture students up as a whole. And then we're also looking to send students next year. I think we have been working with different faculty advisors to help send them to the 2026 NOMA conference in Miami, Florida. And on the next slide, you can just see photos from the events with our students connecting to all of the different professionals from NOMA PDX chapter. That's that big picture towards the middle right, which is super exciting because, again, these are all people who have helped us within our architecture journey and continue to shape what we do and learn. So, next slide. As of right now, we are working with one of the professors here on campus to have the NOMA competition that they hold every year as part of their NOMA National Conference as a studio course here on campus. So NOMA is not only working with students to create a community, but they are actually putting NOMA events into our curriculum. And so this upcoming spring, and possibly if we can get it done as soon as winter, possibly in the winter, we're aiming to get the NOMA competition as a part of our studio credits as a 484 vertical studio that way we can have both lower division architecture students and upper division architecture students working together to create this community relationship amongst our peers to compete in the conference in Miami next year. Next slide. NOMA also offers an NFF fellowship, which is an internship opportunity for students, which through the connections that we've made as a club now and the ones that we have continued to shape, we have been given the opportunity to help both students and graduates get into internships and form connections with professionals within the field, which is, again, really great when it comes to building these connections for students that might not always have their foot in the door when it comes to connections and networking. And so this is something that we've been really pushing. And again, as a club, we've continued to bridge these gaps between minority architects and the students here at UO. Next slide. This is just a brief page about everyone that you can contact for everything NOMAS. And so, yeah, next slide. Here at UO, we are a generally new organization on campus. As I said, like after my freshman year, which was in July in 2023, we were approached with the goals of becoming an organization here on campus. And so since late in 2024, we became an ASUO recognized organization. And so with that, we have been hosting weekly events to all form a community for students of color on campus within the field of architecture and change the curriculum that is offered here because a lot of it is exclusionary and focuses on Western ideals and really perpetuates ideas of discrimination. And so we as a chapter have been working to push against those norms within our curriculum and within the community of architecture as a whole. Next slide. Usually whenever we host our weekly meetings, we do it in two different ways. We do it through community outreach by creating a space whereby communities can connect with each other, discuss thoughts and opinions. We've hosted a lot of weekly events where it's students coming to us with concerns that they have, and we help advise them on how to overcome these adversities that they've been facing. And it's been a great opportunity just to build these student-to-student relationships. We also do professional development events, and so we have professionals from firms come in and do workshops and portfolio reviews for different students. We have firm visits where people talk about their professional careers and offer advice to students on how they can achieve that themselves. We've also done events that focus around AXP and licensure, which is a big deal for architecture students. And another thing with NOMA, because we are the student part of the bigger organization, NOMA itself offers free AXP training for students who are members of NOMA. And so that's another great opportunity for students to continue their journey through architecture and just feel more comfortable in the subject as a whole. Next slide. Currently, NOMAS holds weekly meetings, and so every single Friday after studio time is what we've been telling students. You can come to Lawrence Hall and sit with us. We'll have events, we'll host seminars, etc., so that students can form these connections both with students and professionals. And yeah, on average, we've been having 22 students per meeting, which has been really good. We've been thoroughly surprised with our large turnout, and I think our biggest event had 50 people, and that didn't include all of the faculty that showed up. So that was just a big accomplishment for us, especially being a new club. Next slide. Here just a list of some of our past events. Again, like I've been saying, we host multiple events every week that are both professionally surrounded. So we have professors come in and do talks. We have culture seminars where we talk about our environments, how we can fix them, how we can make the School of Architecture a better place for the students. And we host more fun student social events like Lunar New Year. Every year we celebrate by hosting a big party. And this past year we collaborated with the EMU to host it in the Mills International Center. And then next slide, please. Basically, we are here today because we did not receive funding for the last fiscal year. And so NOMAS has been a student club that has only run on student funding and professor donation. And as I've stated before, this club is something that a lot of students attend and really love within the school. And thankfully, we've had faculty advisors that have really pushed and really want this club to exist and thrive. And so they have helped support us when we need it. But again, we are now ASUO recognized, so it would be extremely appreciated if we could get funding from ASUO itself instead of having students pay for all of the supplies that we asking for student donations and having them pay for the supplies that we need as an organization. And so on this slide, you can kind of see our expected events for this year, including some past events that we've held with how much money was spent and our projected spending on solely events for the year. What we are asking for as a club is for the surplus to match our expected budget for events of $2,420. And that will just be a way for us to be able to sustain our club throughout this upcoming school year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the detailed presentation and for taking the time out of your night to meet with us and make your requests. I'll open the floor to discussion, starting with Senator Bailey, and then I'm also going to pass the gavel to the deputy speaker who will step out quick.
Good job. Okay, thank you for the presentation, very detailed. First question is, what's the one? Because what you said, I don't believe matches what was on the request. The request is 2,620.
The request also includes the cost of printing, and the original 2,240 or 2,420, I'm sorry, was just the estimated cost for our events. But we still have to do poster graphics, estimated printing, and office supplies for the different events for members.
It's gonna go in like two different line items, and they don't have a budget.
Yes, so that's why it's been a little bit complicated.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, because you guys missed the budget, so
yes.
Many people explaining how to do this kind of thing. Also, second question, can we pull from unallocated reserve for this? Okay, that's awesome. I want to make the motion, but I don't understand how to do this with the line items that it's. Oh, okay. What is your total for events?
Our total for events, just events, is 2,420, and that is also seen on our budget request form.
Okay, and then the second amount is for printing, and what is that? 200, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. Thank you so much. I move to authorize spending from unallocated reserve to group National Organization of Minority Architecture Students, that's number OS 376I, in the amount of 2,420 to new line item fall, winter, and spring events, and $200 to new line item printing, for a total of $2,620. I yield second.
Motion made by Bailey, seconded Peters. Peters, you are in discussion.
Hi, Sydney. You know, I love Nomas. I just have a couple questions on your engage form. You guys have in other line items, you have officers' dues, and then you also have the Nomas dues. Do you want funding for those, or no longer do you want funding?
Yes, we would want funding for those, but we were told that it would be harder for you guys to pay for officer dues. Like it would have to come out of a separate account, which is why I didn't request it in the original surplus, because those officer dues would go towards membership for NOMA National for the members, the committee members of NOMA, like student organization of NOMAS. And so in the original budget request, I didn't want to overcomplicate it by requesting it from like two different surpluses. So I originally just wrote it as the original one. But if you guys are saying that you can fulfill the membership dues request, then that is a different question that I would have for you guys down the line.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, AIAS has a ton of issues trying to pay for their national dues through their budget, like at all. So you can meet and chat about if you want to do that, but for now, I think it's what we have.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wait, I didn't. Yeah, and you don't want the conference that's in there either.
Currently, we were also advised to not do the conference as a surplus request because this year we have already passed the deadline for the NOMAS conference. Like I said, it was in October, so it didn't make sense to me to request for a surplus for the conference if it wasn't within the school year that we have right now. And instead, that request has been put in the budget form for next year.
Okay, awesome. Sounds good. Thank you for your
And that concludes the speakers list. That is all the questions. We'll now move to vote. Starting with Perez. Aye. Peters.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Taylor. Smith.
Aye.
Offerdead.
Aye.
Heffernan.
Aye.
Amadiabe. Jenkins Hiscox. Stevenson. Aye. Withers.
Aye.
Bailey.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Westerberry.
Aye.
Ludeman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. Congrats, guys.
Thank you. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
You as well. Thank you again for hanging out so late.
Thank you.
And next on the agenda, we have Dan's organ. Thank you guys as well for hanging out.
The real troopers.
Hi, my name is Karina. I am executive for Dance Oregon. I'm the events coordinator.
Hi, I'm Bella. I'm the finance director for Dance Oregon.
Thank you for your time today. Just a quick intro on what Dance Oregon is. We're an organization university that provides events and educational opportunities for dance students and anyone who's interested in exploring dance. The biggest thing that we do each year is that we take students to ACDA, which is the American College Dance Association. They have regional conferences, and there's a long history of U of O students attending ACDA, and Dance Oregon has been funding U of O students going to ACDA for many, many years. It's a really, really important conference that provides a lot of important opportunities for students that aren't available at the University of Oregon. We only have certain dance classes and certain idioms of dance offered at the University of Oregon, so this conference is an opportunity to work with other instructors, make connections with other dance students, create community, but also to explore a more diverse types and styles of dance that aren't offered at our institution. It also provides opportunities for performing and receiving adjudicated feedback, which the University of Oregon, our dance department is bringing a piece this year for adjudicated feedback, which is very valuable. It's great professional experience. There's choreography workshops. It's just a very well-rounded event that is like invaluable learning experience, and it's just a great opportunity. It's something that we really pride ourselves in offering this event to be as accessible as possible. Anyone is welcome to apply, and we offer it to be free for students. So we pay for everything, and it's in our budget. But unfortunately, this year, as you all know, the University of Oregon has had a lot of budget cuts, and that has affected the School of Music and Dance. Because of like severe budget cuts there, one of the things that they had to cut is that they generously for the past few years have been covering our conference registration fee. So we cover travel and staying. The only thing students have to pay for is their food and anything they choose to buy while they're there. And in the past, our department has been able to cover our registration fee for us. But unfortunately, this year they were unable to do so, which has created a strain on us because it's not something that we had in our budget. We are currently registered to take 15 students because that's the initial cap for registration. But in the next few weeks, they're going to open it up and we're going to register for 5 more spots. So we're planning to take 20 people, and the registration fee is $160 per person. So Bella will talk more about that.
Yeah, so I just want to reiterate, like, we have all of the funds allocated in our budget already to for flights there, any lodging, ground transportation. We weren't aware that the budget cut was going to happen until I think October 12th is when it's going to happen. So we're trying to keep this as accessible as possible, so nobody has to pay. That's like our plan C right now. We do a lot of fundraising. We have most of our, but we have some funds already that we got from selling apparel last year that we do at our concerts. I think in our events fund, there's about $1,300. We already have some fundraisers scheduled for this year. I think our first one's November 22nd, something like that. And we continue to fundraise all year. Currently, when I calculated prices and stuff, if we were to pay for registration, flight, and hotel, all that, we would have a deficit of about $2,000. We are here today requesting $3,000. And like even if flights go up by 10%, that would hit that 3,000 already. So, I do. And yeah, we just want to keep it really accessible for students. This is an amazing opportunity. We've been doing it for years, and a lot of people are really looking forward to it. And it's our biggest event of the year.
I just want to say, like, big opportunity, like one of the biggest ways we provide students access to a more diverse experience within dance. And because of that, we also want to keep it that full possible. So this is our avenue to do that.
Thank you guys for joining. I will now open the floor for questions, and we'll start with Senator Fisher.
Hi guys, this is Senator again. Yeah, I met with this org to talk about their request like a few weeks ago, and I'm in favor of this because they have so much funding for it already. And I think like it's been really well planned. Like they found out about the cuts and immediately reached out about like getting that figured out so that they can make this like as accessible as possible. So I think that like and also the thing I wanted to really emphasize is that this would have been like fully funded if it weren't for like department cuts and budget cuts. So yeah, I'm super in favor of this. I think it sounds great. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Stevenson.
To save time and to not simply echo the previous senator, I'm going to move to authorize spending from surplus to group Dance Oregon OS number OS031I in the amount of $3,000 to existing lightheaded name American College Dance Association Conference.
Second, Withers.
Motion made by Stevenson, seconded Withers. Moving forward in discussion. Sure.
Hi guys, I just had a quick question, like a clarifying question. So the money is for the registration fees. Yeah, okay. So it's the 3,000, that works out to about 150 per person. So the registration fees are 160. Is that being supplemented with something else?
Yeah, so it would come out to about 3,200. And then the registration fees in that category, they also include we submit fees we have to pay 125. We didn't include that in our surplus because we want a little extra bit. Not just asking for 3,000 is more rational.
No, that's fair. Okay, and then just like another clarifying question, I may have completely misunderstood you. You mentioned that there's wiggle room for the flights, but this is only for registration fees. Could you just like explain that?
Yeah.
I know that you didn't mean it like that, so can you just explain it?
Yeah, I did not word that great. I meant it more like if we were to cover registration fees and hotels and flights, we're in a deficit of about $2,000. And a lot of those things can change. Like we just have an estimate for flights and hotels right now. So if we were covering all of it, like even if flights went up a little bit or we had to find different hotels, then that would increase the money that our deficit.
Got it. Cool. I'm gonna vote yes on this. I think you guys go to this every year. I think it's in your budget. I also really admire that you guys have already taken so much work to do all of the additional funding and all the other things that you need to do. And also like, I just think you guys put a lot of work into this. I admire you for doing that. And also this is something that your group does, and typically it's so it's not like your fault or anyone's fault. It's a I yield.
Yeah, section here on the way. And this 3,000 would cover the. You guys plan on returning the rest to surplus? That's,
The rest is like the 3,000.
yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. I was just curious. Thank you. I yield.
And that concludes discussion. Unless there are any more questions? If not, I will move to vote. We'll start with Perez. Aye. Peters.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Yeah. Opperhead. Heffernan. Weaver. Jenkins Cox.
Aye.
Stevenson. Aye. Withers. Haley.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Questenberry.
Aye.
Littleton.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. Have fun, guys. On the agenda, we have the student surgeon.
Can I speak for them? Okay. So we need to rework this surplus request, and get on the same page about stuff. Some of the money is just wrong. Another week would do us good, so, I'm gonna move to table. How do I do that? Do I just say that? Okay, I move to table this to, although if I table it, can we just make comments in the surplus request and then
Here next week.
yeah.
Can, but if you feel like there needs to be sufficient editing, you could just submit an additional form.
It's very common that work submit forms and I hit it back up. You should probably redo this one.
Okay, oh yeah, that's what I feel about this surplus request. So wait, what, should I just table it and then we do it? Okay, well, I move to table the surplus request from the students.
Second.
Motion made by Bailey, seconded by Questenberry. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And the request has been tabled by student inclusion.
So stand.
Oh, you did a good job.
Next up, we have Lead Club at UO. And then for this request, there was a slight mix up with the forms, so I teamed everyone the right form. Also, thank you guys for being here. Hanging out.
Thank you for having
us.
Hi guys, thank you for being here tonight. My name is Jayla Munoz and I am the Director of Marketing and Design for Lead Club. I am a fourth year business marketing student.
Hello everyone, my name is Noah Wentz, I'm here at Quackax, and I am a fourth year computer science student.
Hello, my name is Joaquin Esparza. I'm a fourth year business administration student, and I am the head of finance.
Go ahead.
Not that one. Are we gonna hold the toilet? Oh my god, I cried.
So we are Lead Club. We started in 2023 and our goal is to prepare students for post-grad success through hands-on experience. And with that, we host Quackax. And in winter of 2025, we repurposed Lead Club to organize Quackax so that we could really focus on the hands-on experience aspects of our mission. And later in 2025, we were able to host two events, Quackax Light for high schoolers, and we will be hosting Quackax 2. Next slide. So what is Quackax? Quackax is the University of Oregon's flagship hackathon. Hackathons are 24-hour coding competitions where students come together to work in groups and innovate. These events are hosted globally at universities and within corporations. They're team-based and there's lots of room for different students to contribute no matter what their educational background may be. And they're essentially networking powerhouses. You're able to connect with peers, mentors, faculty, and even land jobs or internships with recruiters at these events. So with those things in mind, there's a lot of benefits to hosting our own hackathon here on campus. One is that it brings innovation and creativity here. It connects students with valuable resources and industry mentors. It encourages direct student involvement and collaboration, provides hands-on learning experiences for portfolios and resumes, going back to that career aspect, and brings positive attention and recognition to the school. With those, we decided to host our first event in January of 2025. Four other co-founders and I hosted 100 participants at the Redwood Auditorium to hack for 24 hours after we received $22,000 from ASUO with no outside sponsors through the AISA Club. These are some highlights from our first event last year. We hosted over 100 people. It was 5 of us organizers, 5 volunteers. We were covered by a couple news places like Kezi 9 and the Daily Emerald, and we raised $20,000 in funds. Here are some of the places that featured us. We have a couple of news segments, and we also collaborated with OSU's hackathon, and we were able to be on their YouTube channel.
Here's the past projects that came out of it. I'm not going to go over all of these. I think some of the highlights that we're talking about are our winners, Lumo. They connect with alumni effortlessly. They're a platform to help you connect with past alumni who are in majors, have similar interests to you, and have similar have career aspirations that you have. Smiles Decoder, that was a really chemical project on building bond and reconstruction of atomic chemical entities for simulation. There's a great description there if you want to know how that works. I don't know how it works. And Super Swag Schedule Builder. I really want to highlight this one because it wasn't one of our winners. It wasn't a finalist or anything, but it highlights a greater pattern that we saw in a lot of our participants, which is that they were trying to make something that would benefit the local community here. What their project did is that you could download your schedule straight from DuckWeb, just like we do from our DuckWeb portal, and you can compare your schedules with your students, see what common time you have that overlap, so that you guys could easily schedule meetings or whatnot. And that just kind of goes to show a general sense of there's a lot of people there for the local community. And it had a huge student impact. There's a couple highlights from Brian Waltner. He made a Mac Cam, which he ended up being able to release on the App Store. It's a little app where you can take a photo of your food, and it would estimate how much with the calories and macros that they all were, and you didn't have to spend time looking at nutrition labels. And it wasn't perfect, but it was 80% accurate, which is about what you need to track your calories easily. They also went on to do stuff with OIC, and it even ended up being the main submission piece when he went to go become a baseball data analyst at the UO Athletic Department. Overall, though, every student that I talked to talks about how much they learned in our event. It really is an event that's about learning. It's about pushing yourself in 24 hours to embrace some new technologies that you might not discover in the classroom, and try out some new frameworks and tools that you've never done before.
So after our first event, we decided to expand, and with that means a bigger team. So we switched from hosting through the AISA, which is the AI Student Association, to Elite Club, and that therefore expanded our exec team. So highlighting our team, I just wanted to point out how we are inclusive to all colleges within the university. Yes, we are a technology coding-based event, but we have a space for data science, marketing, journalism, art. Any type of skill you might have in a different area can be applied to the event, and we're able to give these students a place that they can take what they learn inside the classroom and put it to a real-life event.
So in the past year, since we hosted QuackX 1, we spent a lot of time learning about how to run hackathons. First thing that we did was we expanded our team significantly, from 5 people to 20. And the first thing that we did once we did that is we ran QuackX Lite, which was a super budget event. It was about $3,000 in costs, and hosted a couple, 10 local high schoolers to come out to the university and basically have a little 8-hour mini hackathon stuff. point of it for us, really to gain experience with having this many people behind an event, just kind of gain some experience organizing and managing this many people. But also in our local community, we had an 8 high school summer, we had a great, amazing time, and they were able to work with some. Thank you. We also traveled to other hackathons. We went up north to Beaver Hack, and got the experience what their hackathon was like. I would say it was not very good. There was a lot. I wish I had a lot more food. I wish I was getting a lot better food. And we basically had to kind of bend to ourselves. Definitely made the event like a significantly worse. If you don't come to hackathons for food, at a hackathon you do need food. Otherwise, it completely changes the atmosphere of the hackathon. We got to go to Cal Hacks as well, which was significantly better, but I also, they asked all to ran out of food on the first meal. But they, the point is that we got to experience what other hackathons are like. There are not very many of these in the Pacific Northwest, the biggest one being Dove Hacks, which was about a week ago. And being able to spend this last year traveling to other hackathons, experience what they're like, definitely have taught us a lot about how to run these events. Be able to speak with their organizers as well has given us a lot of knowledge that we have applied in many ways. I'm happy to talk about them more in detail, but I don't think we care about the details. That brings us to what we're doing now. We're doing Quack Hacks 2, which is on November 15th and 16th in the ENU Ballroom. We are expecting 200 participants, which is double our size from last year at Quack Hacks 1. We had 100. We are expecting 200 now. We are on pace with registrations for that. We are currently sitting at 80 registrations. And yeah, great. But here's some of the stuff that we're going to do at the events. We have a sponsor fair. We have an opening ceremony where we're going to hype up the students, tell them all about the logistics of the event. We'll then break them out into some team bonding with a little team formation event if they do not have a team that they're coming in with. Most students come in with a team, but a couple won't. We'll have some hackathon workshops. This is part of our bigger motive to encourage this to be an event that can be for all students across the university. These hackathon workshops are how we can kind of kickstart people who on how to kind of program, how to build an app. Some of these workshops that we're looking at are Intro to Git, Intro to HTML, web development, app development, LLM tooling. We'll be providing lunch and dinner on Saturday, and then we'll break out lots of mini events to get the hackers off their computers, get them to have some screen-free time, get them to stretch their legs. In the few months last year, we did a paper airplane competition. It was very heated. Sunday, we're going to do an overnight meal. It's going to be some cheap Costco pizza. I cannot wait. Just to keep them fed so they don't go hangry. Project deadline. The projects we do on Sunday, we'll be starting breakfast, lunch. We're going to end it off with like a science fair judging style. Everyone get together, their project judged by industry professionals that are coming from local companies here in Eugene, along with a couple of professors. Everyone's going to get feedback on their projects, learn a couple things about what they could do better. And the next time, and we'll all close off with a closing ceremony and an award show. We'll have our top 5 finalists presented from everybody, and we'll give them some awards for best college product.
Awesome. That takes us to our financial breakdown. So I'm going to try and go through this a little quick so we can go home. But our main kind of thing we want to go through is really fiscal responsibility. We're doing this in 2 main ways, and the first is cutting line items, and the second is cost reductions where we can. So the items we plan on cutting are travel, beanies, and tote bags. As Noah mentioned, they traveled last year, and it was a big part about learning what we can do to improve our event. But we just feel that we would much rather invest money back into the budget to just make it a better experience for hackers. And then as for cost reductions, we're doing this for 2 different items. Our food line item, we're just really trying to get cheaper options off of the UO catering site. And then also through our facilities, we contacted the facilities, and we were originally charged a higher price for the EMU ballroom, but we worked it down a little bit, mainly because of security. So we saved a little bit over $8,000. slide. And then to kind of add on to fiscal responsibility, we want to make sure that we're pulling our own weight this year. So like JM mentioned, last year we had $22,000 from ASUO. This year we want to significantly decrease that. So we're doing that by getting sponsors. Right now we have 3 confirmed sponsors. If Labs, which is giving us 10,000, Pipeworks is giving us 5,000, and then Local is giving us 2,000. This kind of ties on to what we're requesting later, but pending right now is sponsorship from the School of Computer and Data Science and Polymarket. These, if we do get these, it's really just going to add more money that we're going to be returning to ASUO that we won't need later on. So we're really hoping we do get these so we don't use as much funds. Next slide, please. So this takes us to our total budget. This is everything we have. It is a large budget, but it is 200 people. It's a large event, and it's going to bring out a bunch of people. And our biggest category for this is food. I'll let you guys kind of read the prices on those. But food is taking up the most weight, as Noah mentioned too. We really want to make sure we're feeding our hackers throughout the entire thing, throughout the entire event, so that they do have fuel to go the full 24 hours. And then our next category is marketing, facilities, miscellaneous costs like an emergency fund, supplies, our website domain, and then finally transportation. This is where we need y'all. We're asking for $8,000. These are the main categories we want to spend that $8,000 in. Obviously, this is going to all be for one line item, which is just the Quack Hack event. But this is kind of how we envision the funds actually going. It is going to slightly change. Originally, we were just requesting $8,000, but because of a couple messed up forms, we're going to be requesting an additional $1,000, which I want to explain.
So this is the original request. But the request will actually be $9,000 after talking to the leaders here and our finance director. What happened was an internal problem with ASU executive, and our co-sponsorship line item in the amount of $1,000 was promised to these leaders without consultation of myself and Jordan. So those funds have been transferred over to their budget. They'll be transferring it back and requesting that $1,000 also.
Clarify, the form says 11 because that was their initial number, and we've just been working it down over the last few weeks. But then the exec was part of that. Now it's not. So 9,000 is the new number, even though the form says 11.
Yeah, sorry for all the change. That really was just from us trying to lean out the budget as much as possible. So we're just spending every dollar where we can to make it count. Yeah, thank you guys for listening, and any questions?
Thank you all again for being here, and thanks for the presentation. We'll start discussion with Caleb Fisher.
Hi, guys. Thanks so much for being here. I love this. I appreciate all the work that you did putting into it. I appreciate that you decided to prioritize bringing it to campus over going somewhere else so students here can experience it. I appreciate all the work that you've done putting it together. I crazily appreciate all the funding and sponsors that you've already worked with to get this taken care of. Clearly, you've really thought through this, and you've really thought about the impact of the money. And then finally, if you break down I didn't break down the 9,000, but if you break down the 11,000, if the 11,000 were your funding, it would break out to about $55 per person for a total of 2 days. So $9,000 is probably sitting around $40 per person for 2 whole days, including food and all the things. I think this is an amazing thing. I think you guys did great work. So I want to make a motion. I moved authorized spending from surplus to group League Club at UO, OS number OS377I, in the amount of $9,000 to existing line item Quack Hacks events.
Second, Perez. Motion made by Fisher, seconded by Perez, and we'll continue the discussion. Perez.
Hey guys, thanks for being here. I know it's late. I just kind of want to echo what Kayla said, and sorry about the whole exec mishaps. It's very unfortunate. One thing I was just curious about, you guys were to get this funding, what would Quack Hacks look like?
Yeah, so if we didn't get this funding, the first thing I'd cut down is on food. We'd be moving off of Duo Catering and instead submitting catering exception forms to get fast food catering options. That could look like Panda Express, could do like Chipotle, could do Jersey Mike's. Overall, we got complaints in the past when we ran them under HackUO, like an ancient hackathon at this point. But we got complaints about how food scene it kind of just wasn't like the healthy food that they really wanted to be able to kind of pursue and work on these kind of events. So that would be my first thing to cut is I would be cutting down on food costs.
And just to add on to that, what was so special about the first event was that it felt like kind of like a premium experience. Like you could tell there was a lot of thought into these. And so having budget cuts would impact, for one, the hacker experience, but also adding on to the food. I went with them to Beaver Hack. Like I'm not a programmer, so I was just kind of like watching, and I would like go out and get them food because they just did not have significant stuff there. And I could just tell like as time goes on, this is a 24-hour event. Of course, nobody's held hostage, but it makes a big difference when you're happy in the environment versus when you have to think about something other than your project, like basic.
Thank you. And again, I just want to echo, thank you guys for like putting in the work. I know it's a big event. I know it's like it brings a lot of opportunities, especially to UO. You want to have something better than whatever is going on in Corvallis. Work. And I don't have to speak for everybody, but I'm definitely more inclined to put this when you guys are putting in that much work and then obviously bringing in more money than what we would be supporting. But I yield.
Senator Opperman.
Thank you for coming. I have like kind of a weird question. A lot of the stuff I noticed in your slideshow really focused heavily on AI. How much of the stuff that you're creating is using AI? Like, is all of it using AI?
No, definitely not. I mean, that's AI is like definitely a tool that our hackers are going to need in the future, and like it's in our field, it's absolutely mission critical that people learn how to use generative AI to propel themselves as hackers. Yeah, no, I mean, AI can't do everything. It's really good at like at some things, but it's far away on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I was like seeing a lot of it that was super AI focused. And I was like I'm just so like against it. Which is definitely maybe a different perspective. Like I poli-sci major, definitely different. I understand that there's definitely people who have to use it. But it does make me feel a little better that it's not all focused on AI apps.
Totally, yeah. We have a lot of non-AI apps as well.
And like the groups, they can each pick what it is that they want to do. So there is a lot of groups that choose to do something more basic.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like build whatever you want, kind of adventure marathon. Lots of non-AI work going on.
Yeah, just really quickly want to thank you for being flexible with everything. Yeah, we are in support of this, but we just didn't know about any financial support coming in. But it seems like the Senate is really as well. So thank you for all the work you've done. You really got the costs down. I remember Senator on this as well.
Senator Withers.
I love this event. I love that you guys got so much outside support. That's so amazing. This was one of my favorite events that we funded last year in Senate. I'm really happy that you're doing it again. I was just wondering, you guys went to OSU, and I was wondering if you'd ever want to hold an event and bring OSU people here and then show them that you have better food and better students.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to show the OSU people what we got going on up and down south here. We have a couple of registrations from Oregon State already for this event, and across the Northwest. Like as you can look into our breakdown here, but we aren't having you guys pay for 100% of our food costs, 100% of any of our costs, because we know that not even 100% of our facilities, because we know that there are non-UO students who are going to get this event. We're going to have that's purely coming out of that kind of sponsor money, not out of tuition paying students.
Awesome.
Senator O'Neill.
Hi, yeah. Well, okay, I have to leave early, which I already checked in with Senator Heffernan and my committee about to good luck on the benchmark. I just like to pre-vote yay on this if it's 9,000 or less. And, yeah, also I hate AI, but I use.
Yeah, so we keep talking about it. So clarify what the deal was with executive promising money and then that money wasn't actually voted on. Could we? I feel like that's very important to talk about. I don't know why we're.
It's not important to miss.
Could you explain?
No,
it?
I cannot. It's miscommunication on our end in terms of like the chain.
Who could explain?
This isn't something to explain. It's just that it was a miscommunication. So
of what kind?
Priscilla and I didn't know about this, and I didn't know about it until like 30 minutes ago, and I.
Okay, so what it looked like was, I think Quack Hacks approached a member of the executive cabinet, and that member of the executive cabinet recommended they talk to somebody else, and that somebody else said, oh yeah, we can co-sponsor this, it impacts a lot of students. However, Jordan and I discussed early on what our vision for the co-sponsorship line item looked like, which is, for example, things like Know Your Rights events where we're directly involved in the planning of that event and the execution of that event. And not just throwing money to ensure that an organization can fulfill their vision for an event they want to do that's separate from ASUL, so an actual co-sponsorship and collaboration. And our finance director took that as a stamp of approval when it didn't come from Jordan or myself and transferred the funds over to Quack. We're rescinding our co-sponsorship as members of the executive that have no idea that our money was being used.
I hope that doesn't happen in the future. It's like how did that happen in the first place? It's kind of interesting. I guess I feel.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator Peters.
Short and sweet, why is the website $500?
Because we are hosting it on Cloud SQL and we're also paying for the website domain. We are actually the full developers of the website. We are not using any kind of like Wix builder or anything. This is like fully custom made from scratch code by us. We're a organization. And then that come at and getting that kind of experience. But that is the price for a team to learn how to build a website from scratch.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, IU.
Senator Smith.
Hi, thank you guys. Just out of curiosity, because I don't know much about this event. On the past one, obviously it's not in what we would be covering, but what's the 1,700 transportation and the 5,600 marketing? How is that being used? Is it for the OSU students for transportation or?
Yeah, so the idea with that is we really want to make it to where this event is accessible to all students from along basically the I-5 corridor. And that transportation is something that would be trying to help those students out with. We're still trying to figure out the details, and that's one of those things where if it really worst comes to worst and we have to cut something that's gonna be gone. But our plan is to use our own sponsorship funds to fund that so we can bring in some other students from other schools so they can see what it's like to be on a better campus. So, yeah. Sorry, did I answer your question? Was
Yeah, that's really cool. Thank you. And just out of curiosity, the marketing, it's not, yeah.
Yeah, so marketing does include,
So one of the things that I think made last year's event so cool is that when you walked in, we provided all the students with a t-shirt, a beanie, a tote, and then a bunch of different stickers just so that you could, you're in Quack Hacks, you're a part of it, you participated. And so this year we're doing shirts, stickers, and that's it. But with those, we don't want just a regular shirt that you wear once and you don't use it again. We have a cooler design, and with that, ink, 200 shirts front and back, and then plus stickers. So that's what that expense comes from.
Thank you so much.
Senator Questenberry.
I think this is a great event. You were very well prepared, able to answer all of our questions, so I'm gonna call the question.
Motion to call in question. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. We will now move to vote.
Missed it. Missed it. It was a joke.
Starting with Perez.
Aye.
Peters.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
O'Neill. Taylor.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Alfred.
Aye.
Heffernan.
Aye.
Amodiape.
Aye.
Jenkins Hiscox.
Aye.
Nagarajan. Stevenson.
Aye.
Withers.
Aye.
Haley.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye, and I'd like to say O'Neill pre-voted aye.
Questionnaire.
Aye.
Littman.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys. November 15th at 1 p.m. in the EMU ballroom with the associate.
I move to enroll in. Aye.
Councilor Nay, and I am Mr. Table.
Guys, you spent less than 20K tonight.
Hey.
And our request was over 70K.
Third at table.
I yield for coming there. Really, it's one of business.
Wait,
So moving into new business, we are doing benchmarks now. This isn't a situation where we're gonna vote, but every committee and the exec branch will be presenting their benchmarks to us, and we'll all have a chance to ask some questions and just have a general conversation. And then once we're gonna start talking, we'll wrap it up, and then next week we'll look on these benchmarks. So you guys have a week to converse with each other, talk to finance leaders, and really. So we will start with the programs finance committee, and we'll start with the exact recommendation.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Justin. I'm the finance director for exec. And this is the ASO fiscal year 27 executive recommendation. On here, we'll talk about PFC first. So to my understanding, we're gonna do PFC for the exec recommend. I believe CFC, and the DFC. But before I get into that, we're gonna go over just a general overview of the exec rec. I do want to give everyone some really good news though, before we get in here. It shouldn't be too long. All the committees in the exec rec are on the same page and we're all in alignment. So that makes your guys' jobs a bit easier when it comes to what recommendation we're going with. So that's good news. Should only be 30-ish minutes maybe. So just as a general overview, the general IP increase that we're going for is 4.5%. Some of you guys were here last year and understood the whole process of going above 5%. So we want to go below 5% this year. Just for that, we were also able to fund all the programs and departments and contracts to the fullest with a 4.5% increase with all departments or with all finance committee getting an increase as well. No finance committee was decreased. So with that 4.5% increase in the IP, that's going to be a $6.35 increase in the per term fee for students. I believe that we're locked in though, so that's more for the freshmen for next year and all that. So everyone here is safe from that $6 increase. The total IP budget there is $10.7 million. You'll see that that's a bit different than the $10.79 million in the bottom. The $10.9 million is what is the projected revenue, but there's not that massive difference for the two in the IP tracker. It has some overhead stuff that we're required to fill, so debt and all that. So those numbers aren't too far apart. We're actually over by, so we're in the green by $4,000 and not that massive number there. Yeah, next slide. This is just a general overview of PFC over the past couple of years. So fiscal year, or so for the years 2023-2024, PFC allotted $1.84 million. And then last year, the way the fiscal years work is the 23-24 year, budget for the 25 year, basically, and all that, as you guys already know. So last year,
the difference or the return from that $1.4 million was $627,000. So 1.2 was spent. As you guys can see, that kind of it's a bit of a trend. Around $600,000 or more is usually returned to surplus almost every single year. So what I did for 2025, 2026 is we don't really know, how much, was spent. I just said, let's just say $450,000 just to be really nice. I don't expect that number to be that low, but I expect to be more towards the $600,000 range. And it kind of just shows the difference of like what's allocated, what's actually spent, how it's wasted, basically. I did decide though to increase the PFC budget by 3.3%, just because of the reasons on the next slide. So PFC in the Decorative report, they're in alignment 3.315, I believe, at least that's what it was sent yesterday. The updates, so the main reasons is the updates to the TOS model, graduate law organizations, to tier up proportionally to the undergrad orgs. Some organizations have received department funds. Some of them won't be reallocated, obviously, because of the department cuts. A lot of new organizations from last year are now going. Will need the office as well. All the general reasons of why there's an increase and not a decrease in PFC, and I think that increasing PFC in general is a good idea. That's funding, clubs and organizations that's promoting, coaches and all that on our campus. So, yeah. That is all I have in PFC. So I'll hand it over to Mark for the PFC or PFC.
Okay. Are we going up? Okay. Yeah, we're going up.
Okay. Hang on, you don't know, I'm the chair of PFC. We'll keep it quick as we can. Yeah, so we have the same number as Justin, so. I'll let you start. You have our
Yeah, sorry, then people in the group chat wanted it.
It's called, apparently I titled it, we have to read to student doors. Yeah, kind of like, it's like foreshadowing for what our lives are gonna look like over the next few weeks, but. Yeah, just to go to the next slide, so what is PFC? So yeah, for the Programs Finance Committee, we recommend the appropriation of the IFP for ASU recognized student organizations. We allocate and approve those amounts. And yeah, we help orgs with the budget process. We hold budget hearings and we ensure that we're being equitable, transparent, and just are distributing the funds properly. We're more than just like budget allocators, though. We are like one of the most public facing parts of ASU. We meet with every single student org. Over the last few weeks, our committee has met with over 200 student organizations to talk about their budget for the next year. So yeah, we do a lot of work, and yeah, I'm gonna hand it on to Marisol to talk about what some of the conclusions that we found from each of those meetings were.
All right, next slide. So we met with 200 student orgs, and the big conclusion we came away is that student orgs need money. Out of the and about 50 budget requests increases. So most student orgs are requesting an increase. And through our CAG meetings, we found about 4 reasons for it. Number one, inflation. Things just cost more than they have in previous years. And because of the way that we do our budget process, so student orgs are submitting budgets right now for next year's, for next fiscal year, so next school year, they have no way of knowing how much things are going to cost, and things have been going up every year. Second, like Justin mentioned, a lot of student orgs, and by a lot, I mean about 20 student orgs who typically received funds from their department are no longer receiving it. For example, women in computer science, and a lot of those professional focused organizations are no longer receiving funds from their department. Another thing that we've been talking about, reliance on surplus for travel. Student orgs have typically been coming to surplus for travel. And so now that surplus is where it is, student orgs are looking to add it into their budgets. This is a huge reason why student orgs are requesting big increases. And then the last reason, the most exciting, is that we're getting a lot of engagement for student orgs. Student orgs are growing exponentially. We have 20 student organizations that are submitting a budget for the first time this year. That is super, super exciting. We're having so many new student orgs pop up. So this is a great problem to have. The next slide. So let's talk about it. Student orgs have requested that big old number. $3 million is the total amount of student org budget requests. So that is $800K more than this year's budget. That's a very big number. We're not requesting this number. Next slide, please. So let's talk about why we're not requesting $3 million. Couple reasons. Large increase from last year, large return to surplus. We only want one round of hearings, and we're prioritizing on-campus events. So let's get into those reasons real quick. Next slide, please. Okay. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, last year's numbers. So last year, we as PFC, as someone who's on the committee last year, we increased it by 17%. This is a pretty historically large increase for PFC. So if you can see these numbers up here, they're the requested amount and the approved amount. So there was about the difference between the requested and the approved amount was a little less than 200K, which is not very typical. So we approved a ton of increases last year. So that gives us a little bit more cushion this year. Next slide, please. So the next reason, and this is a big reason, why we are feeling comfortable requesting less than $3 million is because student orgs returned $600K to surplus. But when we preface though, however, $100K of this was the MSA's return to surplus from the Swana Center and Exec Senate from unspent stipends. So that makes up a huge portion of this return to surplus. If you look at this beautiful pie chart that I made, you can see that over 50% of these returns, just to give you an idea, out of the 200 student orgs, 171 student orgs returned funds to surplus, but over 50% of these returns were less than $2,000. So the average student org budget is $13,000. So in the grand scheme of things, this isn't a huge deal. It means that a lot of student orgs returned a little bit of money, and a couple student orgs, as you can see, about 10% returned between $10,000 and $60,000. But many of those is ASUO. Does anyone have any questions about this slide specifically? Okay, next slide. So this is steps we're taking to ensure spending this year and next year. So student orgs are required to meet with our TAG officers every single term to check in about spending and leadership transition. These are both really important things to ensure that spending is going well this year and continues to go well next year. Another thing is in our budget hearings, we ask about leadership transition and why the cost of things are increasing. Like we want receipts for the proof of cost increases. This is to ensure that next year student orgs can actually spend the money they are requesting. And then the last thing is we are working with Cash to develop student org leader training specifically on how to spend their budget. Because what we learned in our TAG meetings is that student orgs, they don't know how to spend their money. They don't know the engage forms. This is a big problem, and this is why student orgs returned that much money to surplus. So we are working with Cash to develop this training and Jack, one of our members who's on FOSS, to make it a lot easier for student orgs to spend their budget. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a really important one for us. We don't want to go over 5% because we only want one session of hearings. We have to meet with at minimum 120 student orgs. We have to have 120 at minimum budget hearings. We don't want to have to do this again, mainly for the student org's sake. For student org leaders, we do not want student org leaders to have to go through yet another round of budget hearings. So we came to the decision that we wanted to stay below 5% for the IFE, ensure that it will go through, not have to go to the Board of Trustees, because we do not want to put student org leaders through yet another round of budget hearings. Do you have anything else to say about this?
Yeah, I mean, she pretty much said it perfectly. Like, if we
if it's already something that I think we've noticed so far in the budget hearings that we've had is that like it's hard and pretty much every single organization that's asking for over $800 isn't going to get like exactly what they want. Like we have to do a lot of decreasing in these budgets. So I think like having a bunch of these budgets approved, having to go back and be like, actually, we have to like take off even more is really going to like hurt ASU's relationship with the student body, which we've worked really hard to like remedy over the last year. So yeah, I think it is a very important consideration. And then I had one quick thing I also wanted to say about the return to surplus. Yeah, I think that is like a big number. I don't think that my personal view is that doesn't completely like reflect the financial need. I think a lot of it does have to do with like structural logistical issues that like student orgs not knowing how to spend their budgets, like forms, etc.
Awesome. So if you'll move to the next slide. So obviously, if we could dream and ask for as much money we wanted, we would ask for 2.5 million. But because it's really important to us that we don't have to do that second round of hearings, we are requesting the same amount that Justin just presented to you, 2.315, which is a little bit of it's a little less than 80K more than we have this year. So that does mean we're gonna have to do a lot of reduction in budget hearings, but I think we've been doing a good job already in our budget hearings to make this an achievable number. So if we go to the next slide, that's just the number real big. Does anyone have any questions? Is it Tuesday?
Senator Fisher.
I have no questions. I think you guys did a great job. You guys worked really hard. I appreciate all the work.
Thank you.
I was also gonna make a comment and just say thank you all for all your hard work. But like, literally your guys' hearings are like a little surplus meeting every single time. And we all know how exhausting those are. So just like shouts out to all you guys.
Thank you.
Stevenson.
Thank you guys so much for your time. I'm so excited for tomorrow at 6 p.m. Thank you, I yield.
Okay, cool. No more questions? Okay.
Oh, Senator.
Can I ask, wait, where are your hearings?
When I did my updates, I was gonna send out the the sign up sheets, the schedule.
And then also, I know I've already said it, but if you have questions throughout the meeting, reach out to the chairs, try to get all your answers as much as possible. And moving forward to Stevens.
Yeah, share the presentation, sorry. Okay, great. So this is the CFC benchmark and also the exact benchmark. The two main ones you guys want to pay more attention to is like that middle one where the CFC benchmark and then the exact one. The far left one is the one that the individual contract actually submitted. So that's their individual ones that, this is like their dream number type deal. And then the two benchmarks in the middle, in the far right, those are the ones that we're going off of. Same thing with PFC, the exact benchmark and the CFC benchmark are in alignment. So there are no differences between the two benchmarks. They're both the same. Next slide. Okay, so CFC, as I said before, stay aligned. Main increases is in the rideshare and Cascade Mobility. That's the detailed bikes. Both are great programs. Both are really heavily used by students here on campus. So really good ROI for both of them. So the overall increase for CFC is 3.71%. Any questions on them? Or for CFC in general? That was all I had for CFC. Yeah. Great.
Sweet, then we'll have the CFC committee chair and the rest of the committee come present. And I might tune in or butt in on this one, I'm in CFC as well. So just, yeah. Honestly, we can just go back to Justin's presentation.
Yeah, y'all made your own presentation, you know?
That's accurate. I'll be stressed out working on it in the office.
Yeah, that's brownie points.
Alright, the CFC is gonna kind of just go over each line item and give some context to like what went into each decision and just kind of what each thing CFC does, really.
So my name is Benicio, I'm the CFC chair and I'm an at-large member.
My name is Joaquin Esparza and I'm the executive designee.
So we only got 7 tags in CFC, so the last is good then.
Negotiating out here.
So yeah, we'll just go through each one line by line. Our first one is the Stadium Ability Bike Share. This is the Peace Health bikes that you see all around campus. They're requesting a $25,000 increase this year, or 18%. This would be to keep their same service level and not have to increase their fares by too much. I think it's going up by $2 this year, but that would halt it. Further, we're also going to be considering using $100,000 of our over-realized funds to help fund 55 new bikes on campus, and they would hopefully have some ASUO branding on them.
And green and yellow.
Yeah, it'd be green and yellow, maybe. So any questions on that one?
What type of bikes? You just said bikes.
It's normal pedal bike.
Okay.
They wanna go electric in the future, but that is a issue for 3 years from now.
Thank you, thank you.
Logan, do you wanna touch on the co-op?
I figured we'd do it last.
Oh, okay, so that's not, okay, I'll let you. Sorry.
Okay, I can talk about Daily Emerald. We're just doing a regular 3% increase. They did request about 30,000 from us because they have expanded to Portland. And they're doing something in Portland with some of the master's students, like about 10 of them. But yeah, we're meeting with them tomorrow, but that one's just a classic 3% range.
Yeah, they're requesting an extra $20,000 just for the Portland campus for a total of 10 students. So we're gonna have to talk more with them about that one. Any questions on that one? Okay, the next one is, we got one. Where?
If you put it down.
Okay, sorry. And you're good just to call me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you have any more information on that, or do you like need to meet with them?
What kind of, yes, not a ton, but what kind of information?
Yeah, well, 10 students, what are they wanting to fund? Like, where's the money going?
So basically, the Daily Emerald, we only fund stipends for them. We only fund like stipends and select hourly wages. We say, all the reporters are stipends. They have a couple like with the 3 people that do hourly. But so we only fund that. We don't fund anything that has to be through printing or anything like that. I totally lost the train of thought. And what did you ask?
Oh, I guess the money here then would, because we only fund stipends.
Yeah, so it would just be, their stipends, and there's 10 of them. They're master's students. They expressed interest in wanting some professional development opportunities in Portland, and so when we went to meet, we were like, hey, do you have any exciting new like service level updates? And they're like, yeah, we expanded to Portland. And yeah.
Okay, so, and are the stipends the same across? What?
Oh, like for Portland versus Eugene?
Yeah.
They should be,
You don't actually know yet.
yeah, we're gonna find out more tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And to like give context to like how things work in like the CFC process too, like when we give people money, we like negotiate what exactly like it's for, and it's outlined in the contract. And so like the Emerald is its own independent like company. It's like not part of the school. So like they are like a nonprofit that we've agreed to do like under contract, like we will give you stipends because that's like student leadership stuff. So like, just to give context, it's not like a PFC budget where it's like they have line items where we give them, they're just like a company we can create to do that, but.
Yeah. And they should pay their own workers, but you.
They actually gave themselves a 50% raise this last year, so.
To 75. Right? From
50.
for us to pay them, to pay their workers.
Okay. Any more questions on the Daily Emerald? So the next tag is the Lane Transit District. We fund every student getting a free bus pass. It really just works on the enrollment numbers. The numbers for this year are a little bit down. So we're seeing a $3,200 negative change in their budget for this year. Any questions there?
Sorry. What does that mean? Like materially less use, so like what does that mean?
There's less students this year than last year.
We just have to pay for 100, so they just look at our like projected enrollment and they just give us how much was in classes for everybody, so there's like less people expected to come, so less passes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I yield.
Senator Connick, we did try to like lower that too. We've done a lot of negotiating with LTD to try to figure that out. We honestly thought it might be cheaper to just like fund the 1/3 of passes we do currently like use at full price, but we found that buying 1/3 of passes for the whole school, or 1/3 of the population of the school at full price, is 4 million compared to buying one pass for everyone, even people who don't use it at the discount for 1 million, which is crazy.
Sure. Any other questions for LTD? Cool, so Osberg, right now we just plan on giving them a 3% increase. They are, I believe, our smallest tag, and they're gonna be the smallest increase. They really just fund really just like activism and lobbying for students and kind of just across Oregon. Mainly this 3% increase is just to help them with inflation. They do have a full-time staff. So really just trying to make sure that they have the funding they need so they can continue to do their funds. Their activities, sorry, not their funds. Any questions? Yeah, so rideshare is going to be the largest, not the largest increase, but a large increase. Going to be a $25,000 increase, 16%. The main thought behind this is we're planning on potentially changing our voucher system to 3 $10 vouchers as opposed to 4 $7 vouchers. We think by doing this, the usage of this system is going to be up a lot more. So we want to make sure we have that buffer for students that can use it. And we just think this is a valuable resource for students on campus, so it should be increased.
Hi, can you speak a little bit about the usage rates for the rideshare and what that has looked like over the last year?
Yeah, so we got some data for it. We don't have access to the actual admin account. We have to go through other people to get it, and pulling that data isn't just like simply seeing all of it. So it is pretty painful to see. What we've seen so far is that a lot of people have redeemed up to the $7 amount, and then there's been a large amount of redemptions. It's not the perfect number equation. If you want to speak on it, if you have a little bit more.
Yeah, one thing we did find out is when we were looking at our budget, we realized there was carry forward movement. We're like, where people are not using this. And then we looked into where that carry forward came from. And that contract got depleted before the end of spring term. So people weren't able to redeem like the vouchers being given up. So CFC like approved emergency, like transferred money from the OSA account that is kind of just sitting there from last year into that. And that's kind of gives context to the usage rate to where like last year they budgeted it at like 4% lower than that, and then it still ran out. And so we're especially thinking about expanding to Portland and things like that. We felt like it might need a little cushion.
Thank you.
The rideshare, that's like the Ubers, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you go more in depth about like the expansion of Portland? Like, is that, like, I'm just curious, like, is that necessary? Like,
Yeah, so right now we're working with students on the Portland campus to really get a survey out to see how students would feel about having this service and if it would really be worth their money and time and so on and so forth. So right now, I believe our plan is to take a portion of our funds out of the over-realized pool. Sorry, I don't have the exact terms. And then allow that to be sent out to the Portland campus so we can have more of a trial run and really see how they take advantage of the system. And if they do, then we do eventually want to hopefully increase that to the Portland campus.
gotcha, thank you. So most of this increase isn't particularly in the public campus.
No, it's not.
All right, thank you. I yield.
Yeah, you can.
Last questions on that one? I got the legal services, they're requesting a 4.3% increase this year, and we plan on giving them that. They want 3% as their normal inflation adjustment, and an extra 1.3% as a to increase their assistant director's salary to a market rate. Apparently it's below market rate right now, and they've been seeing a big increase in demand, and so that assistant director has had a lot of extra work lately.
They have a 36% increase in like things that they are working on. So like substantial.
Any questions on that one?
I don't have a question. I just want to know that the lawyers who do the best work get paid the less. So that's why this is really important because lawyers who primarily do this type of work, public defending and legal services, often make, like, even if this attorney was in the market, they still wouldn't be making a proper living as literally an attorney.
So then that brings us to our last tag, which is the childcare co-op. So this year we're doing an RFP. It's the old contract expired. Last year was funded by $160,000. For this RFP, we're making it a nice round to $900,000. Basically, it's just a proposal out to the community to see if there are any bidders on who would like to take up this contract. It very well just could be the same exact organization as before. Other than that, really, our contract remains relatively the same with them. So it's a little more clear since apparently in the past they had some confusion about their funding.
And then Senator Taylor, do you want to go on to?
Yeah, we were, as Benicia already said, we were really seeking to reduce volatility in this contract with the new one. So we changed it to a fixed contribution from CFC yearly that has a 3% increase, or like whatever's lower between inflation or 3%. We're also allowing them to operate in the summer in a limited, like a modified scope, which means that they could possibly run a like youth camp or something else. We just are only requiring them to provide care for infants over the summer. We also changed some of their schedule a little bit, or their requirements with that, to accommodate the law school and graduate programs here. And those are the major ones here. I can send our key changes if any of you are interested. But yeah. Any questions? Let me know.
So what's gonna happen to the co-op? Like, so this means that if somebody else can get that contract, and then what happens?
So what we're in right now, so for every CFC contract, we have to do a procurement process, just like a real government would if they're ever doing a public-private partnership. So right now, since the contract is over, we're currently not allowed to have conversation with the co-op. And we have to put out the contract to the community, and people now have the chance to bid on it. And then we will be looking at each bid and seeing like what tuition they want to charge, the volatility of the center itself. And then at that point, we would be able, and then the co-op themselves will put in a bid as well. And then we compare all those things, have conversations with them. And then whoever does take that bid would end up moving into the facility at Spencer View and would be the new holder of that contract. Because the Spencer View Community Center is owned by the UGO and the co-op pays a $1 rent for it right now.
So,
But the goal of the contract was really to make things more open, because right now the contract is really restricting. And it's also in a system where it says like, we want childcare, come tell us how much it is, and we'll say yes or no. Which is why the volatility has been so high, where like they come to us and it's like, we want 330,000 more or something along those lines. And that has like a shock value for Senate. So this is kind of setting an expectation in the contract of like, you can come talk to CFC if you guys are having a hard time, but it shows like what we're willing to increase on paper, which we hope will provide more of a like understanding to what we expect as a committee, instead of seeing like increase of 300,000. Because the main issue is that childcare inflation is just simply spiking. Over the last 5 years, the inflation rate of childcare is just something ASU can't keep up with. And so it would be sad to have another bidder, but I do think we're gonna like evaluate all of them just to make sure we have the most secure and like the best childcare that won't disappear here on campus. But
Okay, this might be a dumb question, but how long is the new contract? Is it like?
so that's the problem, is that this right here is allocated, as you can see, as future money for a childcare contract. So it's set aside, but we won't know who the official holder of the childcare contract is till about the end of the school year. So we'll be
How long will they have it?
here, 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean.
I can also send a RFP timeline if you guys would find that helpful, or if you're interested.
Yes, please.
If you want to leave like this document or the summary of key changes and that document in the Senate chat, that'd be nice.
I think, yeah, I put our benchmark, the key changes, and the RFP timeline.
Okay, awesome. Senator Fisher.
Yeah, hi guys. You guys did amazing once again. Thank you for all of your work. Okay. I don't say this. I trust you guys. I have no clue what's going on in finance. I'm not a finance person. I add math, that's all I do. However, just for the sake of asking it, because I feel like there's so many of the students who utilize this are grad students, and I just feel like I need to express this. Again, I fully trust you to have planned this out properly. This is not asking because I think otherwise. I'm just wondering how, if at all, you expect this to impact the children, aka the parents of the children who are in school, and if that is going to change anything at all. Obviously, I see that you're expanding during the year, so like maybe it's even better, but just can you talk a little bit more in detail about how that's actually impacting students?
Taylor, do you want to talk home first?
Sorry, it's cutting out a little bit. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, can you just discuss a little bit more in detail about how exactly these changes will impact the childcare, aka the students who are receiving the childcare?
Yeah,
Is that a bad question?
no, it's a really, really good question. I'm trying to answer it in a concise manner. Here. I guess from our side, the financial aspect is really important, and to maintain care for these children, these changes are necessary if we are to continue funding it, especially in the long term. But our changes likely, other than summer access to childcare or for non-infants, it would remain relatively the same. We're keeping the hours. I think possibly if the staff and management were to change, it would impact the students, but obviously we're going to evaluate the bidders and new providers when they apply. So, and I think that will be determined at a future date, at least in its full scope. And if any of you have anything to add, feel free.
In the conversations too, when we were like deciding, because the big leap in like reworking this was the fact that right now we require them to stay all summer, and they only close the week before fall term starts. So now they have the option to close during the summer, which could save them potential money, or they have the option to become more of a market rate style like childcare facility during the summer. But we purposely took that day that they can close and pushed it forward. So one, law school students could register for it. But then also we realized a lot of law school students were at the co-op due to that early start time and the co-op not being ready to accept students. We're going to Moss Street instead. And the service levels during Moss Street were at a level where they could still like handle more childcare during the summer. So that was our justification, being able to reduce service level during the summer. But then with that gap, we put in the new contract that there needs to be reconsidered priority for people who dropped off at like spring term and are coming back for fall term. So trying to like make sure the bridge over summer stays, but once summer starts, like we also assume there's a lot more options in the community, like there's YMCA, there's more like low cost summer programs that do exist out there, and there's still Moss Street. And then who knows what the co-op will even end up doing. Maybe they can't afford to stay open and charge like lower rates still because that's what they want to do. Now they just have the option to do that, which like fiscally allows them to control their budget in a way that makes sense for them more. So we're trying to give them more autonomy, but they still need to come to us and explain like what their plan is, what their tuition rates are. And that's why Logan said like we get to evaluate this because they have to present like a plan for all of these things to us. And we'll be breaking down each one.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Once again, I appreciate all the work. I do.
This is more of a timing question, but for clarification, we're not gonna get like after all of this, we're not gonna get like a committee update from each of the three committees. Like they're not gonna come back up and explain what they've been doing.
The chairs will be back next week.
Oh, next week. So not after this.
No, we're voting on the benchmarks next week. This is just the presentations for them.
And I'm saying like for clarification or for a point on the agenda, like they're not going to come and then give like finance committee update immediately after this. You know what I'm asking?
You're saying you don't want the updates on the agenda?
I'm asking if we are or not.
Yeah, we'll probably run through them really quick. I just want to give people the chance to like say what they want to say if they need to.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Ayu.
And that's all the questions. No.
So any other questions on CFC in general?
Good job, guys.
Well, thank you.
Thank y'all.
Right. On to DFC. As you guys have been noticing, I haven't really been going through like the entire thing. I've pulled up to the committees and all that. Sometimes they don't know about what's going on. It's just to go a bit faster and also so that they have people that today more guest manner. So this is DFC. And again, both in the line. I know it doesn't really show anything to reflect on that. You know, they are in alignment. Technically, the exact rec is higher than the DFP rec, but they changed that today. So they should be in alignment now. And everything that's reflected on the APEC side should be what is reflected on the DFC side. As you can see, there's a lot more zeros there and there's a few negatives in there. The reason for that is because DFC is unique and the fact that there's a lot of carry forward in each department. So departments, unlike PFD or DFT, the money that they do not spend is thrown into a carry forward account they can use for the next year for projects and whatnot. There are rules against like when they were required to throw it back into surplus and like back into the pool. But it's very, I believe it's like they spend less than 20% of their budget or something like that. Around there. Yeah, next slide. So, many requests were due to the department carried forward, plus also, the reduction in, student workers. We've noticed that a lot of, departments are removing student workers in favor of just adults and, folks who aren't, a part of the university. So we think that obviously DFC, it's, an extension of like experimental learning and all that. And, if the departments aren't, recognizing that, then they are to be defunded that amount. They don't have a lot of these workers. On top of that, forensic was increased from 174, which was their benchmark they wanted. We increased to 190 just to sweeten the deal for any college or any home or any new home for them in the future. So it's just sweeten the deal that's to pay for their advisory and things like that. Overall, DFC is getting increased by 1.09%. Any questions? That's good. Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Justin. That was great. Thorough report I wanted to kind of introduce. So yeah, our tags originally requested a budget increase in total of 15.3%. So we have been working really hard to get this down to a 5.2% increase, which is $4,750,669. We have 15 tags. We lost one from last year. The men's setter has moved off the IV, so we had a little bit more wiggle room. And then, yeah, kind of to continue what Justin was saying about carry forward. So DFC does not get swept, so they get to maintain their carry forward and can accrue a lot of it. Obviously, if they accrue too much, we would prefer if they return some of that to Senate. And we can relocate this money, reallocate this money where it could be used. But because we are creating a budget that does not necessitate going to Board of Trustees, we're trying to do something a little bit different and actually encouraging a lot of departments to maintain their carry forward, which is something that is a little different than past years. So departments with large amounts of carry forward, we have said they can maintain more of this, and they have been given a smaller budget, which you'll see tonight. So they've requested massive budgets and are actually receiving way less than they requested because they have so much carry forward, and we're encouraging them to use that, not to just keep it in a bank account forever, but to actually use it for all of the programming that they want to do instead of us funding that through their budget. And yeah, so we are going to go line item by line item. Starting off with, let's see, AEC.
I do want to say, some of you said that you have to leave at 12, which is, we're not voting on anything, so it's technically okay, but please just leave if you have to. We're almost there.
All right, yeah, so AEC, they requested about an $8,000 increase. And that's because they've been seeing a significant increase in usage over the years. So basically to prepare for the increased usage that they're anticipating this year, they requested $8,000. However, we didn't think we had enough to give them the full 8,000. So instead we gave them 4,600. So it's still an increase, but it's not quite the full increase that they wanted. And, yeah. And so they're the Accessible Education Center. I don't know if I explained that, but basically they're funded operationally, not by the IFP. The IFP primarily funds students asking for psycho evaluations, which is essentially just testing for a disability. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions or?
So if there's no questions on that, we will keep moving. The next one is CMA. This is my tag, which is the Committee of Musical Arts. They work on producing concerts. They bring in different performers as well as lots of different composers. And over the course of the year, they help to support the premieres of music by more than 20 UO composers and performers. So through ASUO funding and their partnership with the School of Music and Dance, they're able to operate on a very small budget. They're our smallest budget out of all our tags. And they're requesting an increase since 2003, 2004, or 23, 24. That would be a really long time. They've given a total of $4,905. So we really want to fund this in its entirety. And that's our goal. And they don't have any carry forward. Just to say that. So going down to basic needs. Unless there's questions about that one, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, so basic needs, just requesting 1,076.7 more, and it's just due to current levels of costs rising across the board, and some money going into food insecurity for Portland and Eugene for this campuses. Any questions?
And then debt grad.
So just real quick, how much carry forward do basic needs have?
Basic needs has around, it's around $339,000 in carry forward. And you guys want to hear about that, or? Okay, that's just going towards the food pantry. They're constructing that, and then also it's going in 60K of that. So 250K is going into the food pantry. 60K is going towards emergency housing support and ongoing pantry operations due to SNAP funding delays. And then also going into VA benefit disruptions as well. So that's what they're using the carry forward for. Awesome. Thank you.
And then DECRAS is another one of the departments with a huge amount of carry forward. They had over $500,000 of carry forward. So that's one of the reasons why we didn't think we needed to give them an increase, just because we want them to start spending down that carry forward. Yeah.
I will also say I've been working with David with Duck Rides because they're our second largest budget, and they are the department that is actively cutting student workers, and they wanted to hire 4 professional staff, and they just hired student workers. So they cut 5 student workers in order to hire 4 professional staff. And so cutting this budget would ensure that they can't actually do that. And when we asked them in their meeting, I was like, so would this be able to fund it? And they were like, well, no. So this is trying to protect student worker jobs and ensure that they can hire.
I had a question about that. I'm just curious if DFC and CFC have been in communication about the Uber contract and Duck Rides, because at Budget Bonanza last year, that was kind of the biggest point of contention, was just like trying to avoid having a redundant resource where it seems like I don't know, there's different opinions about like which is more useful and like what benefits students more. And it's hard because they are different committees. So there's obviously different perspective when you're working with people in the committee.
Yes, I have talked to Grady about this. Duck Rides, although it is a widely it's attempted to be used very frequently, but it is not super successful. They had on a Tuesday night, I think they had 140 rides get canceled, and that was a Tuesday. That was on a Friday or Saturday. And so I think putting more money into rideshare at this point would be a more prudent use of funds, especially if they aren't even going to do something like benefit students by giving them a job. I think Uber is, although I have other opinions about Uber, it's something that's easier to use most of the time.
And aside from like hiring more post staff, just because like they do get like, I don't know, like a lot of activity from people that they're not able to support, have they talked about like expanding like their fleet or anything, or just converting staffing? Okay.
So out of this increase, which I guess you can't see the increase on here, which is unfortunate.
Was it on one of the other graphs?
Probably. Let's see. So they requested an increase of $199,777. And out of that, $130,000 of that would be to fund pro staff. So the other portion of it is to do maintenance on their vans, and then some CBA compliance for student workers. I think 53,000 of that or something was, no, it wasn't that much. Oh, 53, yeah, 53,000 was CBA compliant for student workers, and I guess it was the potential of having pro staff, which then they would need to comply for SCIU's CBA, which they're in bargaining, so it's the potential of that being higher. So it was a whole lot of theoreticals, but essentially like this increase was literally just to hire pro staff and then a little bit extra for like maintenance. And they have a lot of carry forward, so if there's maintenance that needs to be done, they can probably just take it out of their carry forward. Thank you. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, a lot, but on the CFC side, the Uber contract, like my 3 p.m. brain hates the idea of outsourcing like a ride share to Uber, like it kills me. But when we look at the bang for our buck from the Uber contract, it's really coming. But we put like $200,000 into it, and we burn through those $7 passes that support people. Like if theoretically there was like those two contracts like combined, we could give free rides to so many students. Like it at a higher rate than Duck Ride, a more convenient time than Duck Rides, and Duck Ride service levels been shrinking year after year after year.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of echo I remember, Aaron, yeah, this was an issue last year. I do want to say, just for y'all to know, that the Uber vouchers for the like night rides, they cut off at midnight. So, they start at midnight, and the Duck Rides ends at midnight. So there really isn't any overlap. I would love to see in a perfect world, Duck Rides become have more ability to handle what it sets out to handle, because it does in theory give like jobs to students, and I'm not a great fan of giving funding to Uber either, but there's also the other program of Uber, which is the healthcare ride, which once a month you get $25 to Peace Health, which can do a Willamette or Planned Parenthood, for one-way ticket, and then like $25 to go back. I just want to add that. I'm not sure. I don't think that was hard to bad. So Uber, there's a lot of versatility to Uber, but I don't think we should throw out Duck Rides either. And I do also remember like the contention about that.
Yeah, and I don't think this is not completely defunding Duck Ride. It's definitely like when we told them like this sort of like disappointment in our meeting, I asked like, if we didn't give you this $200,000 increase, what would you do? And they were like, well, we wouldn't hire those pro staff, and we would have to go back to like our previous operating model, which they're obviously disappointed about. They don't think that student workers do as good of a job as pro staff would. It was a whole conversation about call outs and all of this that we don't need to get into right now. But basically they said like, we will still operate as usual. We just think it's not as effective. And yeah, there's a lot of questions about that. We can talk. Yeah.
I just think people should know what Duck Ride said, like about student workers. Because I think it's pretty appalling, the way that they talk about the workers.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely, they don't like working with students. It doesn't seem like from what we talk to them about. They are like really disappointed in like the work that student workers do. And yeah, it was pretty sad, like how they were like, well, student workers just call out too much. They don't even want these jobs, was I think what they said. Like, we don't need to, like, the people that we got rid of didn't want their job anyway. Like, they called out too much. I was like, oh my gosh, like that's crazy to say anything. So yeah, it was definitely sad. It was sad.
Yeah. I would also like wish Duck Rides went past 12 a.m. and we didn't have to rely on Uber at all. I'd be very interested in, I don't know how we can do that. I mean, we do provide funding for them, so we should be able to throw that around some way, but I yield.
All right, is that all the questions? We're gonna move to forensics.
Justin touched on forensics. We settled on 190,000, which is an increase of about 26,000 from last year. This is just was saying to fund a director. So of course it's kind of an ever evolving situation with forensics. We tried really hard to help find them a new administrative home. And one of the main reasons why that hasn't worked has been because of the lack of funding with the director's salary. So that's one of the main reasons why the CHC terminated them as a program, was because they were not willing to fund the director salary. And so by increasing their budget and taking that burden, it makes them a lot more attractive to any future administrative home. And any questions?
Awesome. Back to me. Holden Center. So Holden Center does a lot of leadership programs for students, tons of different volunteer opportunities on or around campus. They previously were only funding student pay out of the IB. And they have somewhere between 15 to 16 student workers and only 2 pro staff. So that was cut down from the previous 5 due to loss of funds from a different pocket of funding they have. These student workers make a starting wage of $17 an hour. They are compensated higher than the CBA. They get yearly wage increases. And they have a really great return rate for their student workers. So definitely something that was like a super positive thing. And really excited to get to fund that. We only put them at a 4% increase because they do have a lot of carry forward. They have, I actually think I wrote down wrong. Oh, that's right. So they have $126,837. So they have a lot of carry forward, and they will be returning some of that. It was a lot more than I think they really need. Their goal was to move a program underneath the IFE to protect this program, because one of their pockets of funding, the general fund, is like being cut. And so not entirely, but they're seeing the budget cuts. And so they're worried that some of their programs are going to disappear. And so for this year, I kind of told them we might not be able to protect your program and save it and keep it as a line item forever and ever. So the increase that we gave them, the 4% increase, is probably going to go towards their student pay and towards the CPA compliance. And just to kind of keep it on y'all's radar that they wanted to fund this really great program, the Duck Corps. If you want to look into that more, it's a volunteer thing, and they probably won't return quite as much carry forward because they will need to fund that out of their care. Are there any questions about that?
I've actually got a question, and it's probably a really dumb question, and I'm sorry. And I guess this applies to most or some of the other things. If their carry forward is so large, like what is the relationship between, like their carry forward is so large they can cover some stuff, they're still getting it. And if that's a dumb question, you can just tell me.
And so their increase like creates a line item that kind of creates precedent for future years to fund it. So if they put the Duck Corps as a line item on their budget, then there would be precedent for the next Senate to be like, oh, well, we're not going to cut that. So like maintaining it, carry forward, once you spend it, it's gone, unless you're saving more and more money. And at this point, a lot of PAGs are really concerned that they're not going to be able to save money. So they're trying to hang on to that carry forward and advising them to use it as I think like what we have to do in this situation. We can't fund a 15.3% increase for everyone. But obviously, you know, they're worried about the future years and what it'll look like going forward.
Cool, thank you.
Just real quick with that sort of thing, like funding one-time funds, like DFC asked them for that carry forward back, and when they reduced their budget by that carry forward, it's usually because that department didn't get them the carry forward back. And so in a way, it's like it's very disadvantaged for that department to get that reduction in their budget, because next year, they now have to fight their way back up to get just to where they were the year before. That increase is gonna look like 32.55 instead of just a simple 12%. So it's DFC using their bargaining leverage over them to essentially, lower the budget.
Again, I fully trust you guys, just clarification.
Yeah, and it's definitely a weird spot to be in. And there were a lot of tags that were like disappointed that we wouldn't give them like a 15% increase, and that's just difficult situation this year with the board of trustees. So moving forward to LGBT.
Yeah, LGBTFS wanted a pretty big increase this year. Mainly to establish 3 new line items that kind of protect, like we were talking about establishing line items kind of protect programs, to protect QT BIPOC, QT grad students, and LGBT ESS welcomes. It's $5,000 for each of those line items. That is all grad student programming, the transgender clothing closet, basic needs assistance, gender affirming haircuts, and job training. They've got a carry forward that they are hoping to use to furnish their EMU space if they get it. Ideally, we gave them still $9,000 left and they requested. That's probably going to come out of advertising and just like general extra money in the Pride Month related programming. They also need pro staff ahead. SJ, their pro staff is split between LGBT and the Women's Center. So I would love for them to be able to hire that position. Any questions? Okay, and on to the next one. MCC. By far our biggest increase, 55% increase. They are absorbing and getting the Swana Center. So they are basically adding another MCC on top of themselves. They need a lot of money for that. Their carry forward is all used and tied up in furnishing the Swana Center. They've also added things that they were previously funding from carry forward, basically snacks, into their budget, which is a little bit of an increase. They need to hire all new student workers for Swana. And their pro staff will hopefully get a salary raise for taking on all the extra work with Swana. They're also returning, after being dormant for 3 years, the MCC Scholarship Fund, which is a space for org within the MCC. They have like a whole affiliation process to request money. Basically, it's their own little surplus that they have, and that stops them from coming to us for surplus. So I think it's a pretty cool org. And yeah. Any questions? Okay. Athletic bands. These guys are so good at penny pinching. It is crazy. They get their uniforms for free and they have no dedicated rehearsal space. It is crazy what they deal with. Pretty much all of their funding is just rearranged. Like they have a new line item because that event coverage is no longer being paid for by a course fee. And then they got a different line item covered by the course fee. So it's like they only want a 2% increase. It's pretty much just wage increases for directors and student workers, and they have $0 in carry forward. Any questions? Good for them. They're awesome people. Okay, President.
Okay, so President's getting a pretty substantial increase from last year. And that can mainly be attributed to the fact that they're losing 2 pretty major funding sources. They had 2 grants that are going to be expiring at the end of this fiscal year. And so as a result, they're going to have to rely a little bit more on ACO funds. Primarily, these funds are going to be going to funding student internship stipends, which the director is wanting to increase from 500 to 700 because there's going to be a pretty significantly increased workload. There's some faculty turnover. They're losing a permanent faculty, and a lot of that is going to have to be picked up by student intern work. So their stipend needs to reflect the work that they're actually doing. And so our money will be going to be paying the students. And on top of that, there's increased costs to transportation. So some of that money will be going to increasing transportation as well. But yeah, that's the bulk of the increase, if there's any questions.
I could be misreading it, but is there a particular reason why DFC's benchmark is like a roughly $4,000 less than execs for that?
Yeah, so at the moment, we voted on these like a few days ago in committee, and since DFC got allocated a little bit more money, and right now I don't have a number on prison ed that carried forward. I'm still trying to get that from the director, and so at the moment, I see it's best to just wait until that, but that number may go up to help on these student internships as well.
Okay, cool. Thank you, AU.
Absolutely.
It's 500 a term also. It's like not a month. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
SCRC, they're going to be getting a 3% increase, mostly just related to higher labor costs for this year. They have a pretty significant amount in carry forward, which it's 90,124, but they've expressed a lot of willingness in giving a large portion of that back. Yeah, some questions there.
Student government engagement and success. It's getting a 28,580 increase, and that is due to like budget. That budget increase is due to like the service level increases, like payroll, supplies, and med expenses are all rising. And it also includes the how SGES has been covering additional costs like professional photography, food for ACO events, printing for ACO, and also large events like the budget bonanza hearing and officer inauguration, both of which end up costing more than what's budgeted each year. Any questions on that? And then the carry forward for SGS is about 550,000, and that is being set aside to fund a new advisor position for approximately 3 years, and they plan to return around 150,000 of that.
In the university theater, we're giving about a $5,000 increase, partially just because of the rising costs of things, such as costumes, set supplies, and whatnot. They also are bringing on a new director. They had a faculty that was working as a director that they had to lay off, so now they have to hire. So they have about $50,000 in carry forward. However, they specific plans how to spend it. They're planning on buying a new lift. Yeah.
Again, maybe a dumb question. Why did they lay someone off and now have to hire someone else?
They said because of the budget cuts. The person working for the university was working as a director and got laid off.
Okay.
So now they have to hire a director.
Yeah, they didn't lay them
Yeah,
off.
they didn't lay them off, and someone else.
The university laid them off.
Yeah, they were a university employee that was also just directing for university.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. This is, you can just tell me, this doesn't matter. Do you have any idea if they're gonna reach out to that person and offer the new position to them? You can say you have.
I honestly have no clue. They just told me that they needed a new director.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you guys able to make like a strong suggestion that they do that?
I can try it. Yeah, I can tell.
Because isn't it funny that they decide to lay off the workers that are doing more work than they got hired to do? They were directing the entire university theater and teaching, bro. What the hell? Hey, you.
I mean, it wasn't their choice to lay them off.
Yeah, but
All right, moving along to Women's Center. Everyone knows what the Women's Center is. Hopefully, you know what they do. They requested a super large increase of $45,829. They only put their benchmark at $325,000, which is only a $12,560 increase, or 4%. So this number, unfortunately, doesn't even begin to cover their cost service level change, which is estimated at $27,000. So 27,000 of this is simply for payroll expenses, things like CBA compliances, and other payroll expenses for pro staff. They've hired some new student workers, and returning workers get a 25% increase in wages to maintain staff. So they have a large carry forward of $96,022. They were planning on returning some of it, but it might be less because I'm giving them such a small increase. They probably won't return very much, and use that carry forward either for payroll or use what would have been for payroll in their regular budget for programming and switch things around. I'm not sure exactly what the rules are on using carry forward for CBA stuff, but yeah, that's gonna be a tough one, and it's a tough number, but kind of just where we're at to keep at the 5%. Any questions about that one? Okay. And then the last one, also super easy, zero waste. They do trash pickup on campus, and recycling efforts. 100% of their IP funds go towards paying for the wages of approximately 20 student employees. So super great. They have two other pockets of funding, including the general fund and then external charges for waste services. And their request is $5,000, which is a 4% increase, which is perfect. It's about what we're giving everybody. And it's just because of our CBA. So yeah, it's $140,000. And they have no carry forward. They use all of it every year. Any questions about that one? Any final questions at all? Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you guys, that's a lot. And thank you to everyone else who like presented, because I think when speaking, when you also had to like talk to a whole bunch of people, it took a lot of time. So thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Thank you for all our finance committees, all our chairs, all our at-large members. It's nice to see you guys. And then y'all, last thing I'll say, thank you all for staying late again. Please don't quit. I'm gonna make the motion before. Motion made by Bill, seconded in Withers, everything was say aye. Okay, say nay.
Hey, stipends keep coming out, so you don't get them right now. Oh, yeah.
The thingy.
Night, y'all.